What's up, everybody? It's me, Johnny G, and welcome back to the channel. This is part 5 of our Arknights Absolved Will Be the Seekers Chapter 14 playthrough, and this will be our finale to the story. And just to take a moment here, before we kick things off, happy birthday to Pookie, the one and only Lappland. It is November 11th. It is actually her birthday, so we're celebrating. I did a little terrible 5-minute doodle that I posted on my X account and Instagram earlier, but it was just a little like chibi doodle that I did real quick on my phone. But I didn't have room to do any baking right now, or I would have made a millefeuille just for fun and to test my skills, my acumen with baking something like that. Interesting. But anyways, moving on. This will be our final part in the Absolved Will Be the Seekers playthrough of the main story, at least. I may do an additional part after this to do the like hidden front and secret, you know, those things. I may do those in a separate video just for a little bit of fun. But for now, this is gonna wrap up the story here. Now, provided I've done everything right so far, which I should have. There are a couple stages in particular that you have to bring Amiya along with. And I've had her in my team pretty much the entire time. But I want to make sure that I have that throughout the rest of this campaign, so to speak, just so that we make sure that we get the special little bonus ending thing, the epilogue part for this. That way we have that and we're good to go. But we have a nice little chunk of story left, and we have a major confrontation coming up, and I'm anxious to get to it. But there's lots of gaps and stuff to fill yet with the story and with what we have coming. So let's not waste any more time. Let's jump in and let's find out how this is going to end. Let's go. So, first things first, before we actually jump in, there's one thing that I want to do, and I want to do it for you guys here. Basically because I ran a poll on my X, and I asked you guys to let me know in the comments, which I really didn't get any comments on it. However, I ran the poll on X, and I asked, in the store here, I've gotten over 300 polls, and to use the headhunting data contracts, I wanted to get somebody. Now, I already have Wis'adel, I already have Logos, so my choices, I got W here earlier, my choices for what I want right now, what I need for my team in this version, is either Texas the Omertosa or Mulesies. And I said if I didn't get one by the time the banner and everything ended, that I was going to pick one, obviously, and it would be the choice between the two. And I ran the poll, and it was an overwhelming vote. There was not a single vote for Mulesies. It was all for Texas the Omertosa. So, that being said, my thought process was if I didn't get one or the other by the end of the banner, then, whoever I didn't get, I would pick. And I didn't get either of them. There's still a few days left, but I hit pity again, I believe, earlier today because I did my free pull and I used my Arundum that I got from the, the Annihilation missions for the week. And I ended up getting a second Logos, or another Logos. So I've got more potential for Logos. So I said I'm probably not going to get another 6-star at this point. I'm mostly just going to have free pulls until the 17th here. So let's go ahead and use our data contracts, and let's spark for Texas the Omertosa. Woohoo!
We meet again, Doctor.
Let's go, baby!
The Syracuse and rainy season always gets
my Lupo girls.
So I prefer the climate here.
Calm down, Pookie. You're still my number one. Don't you worry. Just wait till your altar is in. I will have you. All right. That's that. So, next time, Mulesies. Next time. My collection, though, is pretty good here. Like, in terms of these limiteds, I now need Rosmontis, Scotty the Corrupting Heart, Nero the Radiant Knight, Spectre the Unchained, and Mulesies. Of course, there's other limiteds and stuff that won't pop up in banners like this that I don't have. Whoops. But it is what it is. Mainly, like, your Rainbow Six operators and stuff. But we got her.
Thanks.
Do I have
Doesn't
enough?
seem much different
Oh,
from
I
your
don't have
average delivery run
specialist
in
tokens. Okay. I need sugar, and I need specialist, which is not in. When is fearless protection open? Oh, I don't have to worry about it.
Products received.
Let's go back, because now we have enough. I didn't realize I had that many of the others. Let's go, E1.
I'm not helping you for the money, Doctor. But still, go ahead and send my salary over to Penguin Logistics as usual. I'll pick it up from Emperor.
You'll get paid extra, because I said so. Oh my god, I have everything I need to E2 her. I have everything I need to E2 her. I think we're E2ing her. Like, now. Let's go ahead and do that. She may be helpful in the finale here coming up. Let's get what we need to upgrade her skills, and then we're going to go ahead and E2 her. All right, so we've maxed out her special, or yeah, her skills here. We maxed out her skills. We have promoted her to Elite 1 and maxed this out. And we have everything we need to Elite 2 her. So let's go ahead and do that. And I have something else. I
still have a lot to take care of before I can enjoy a peaceful life. And if the only way to shake the past is to smash it to pieces, then that's exactly what I'll do. Simple as that.
Let's go, Texas. Now, we're gonna set that as default. However, wait, this is showing me the module stuff. Okay. At least 2 gray tails. Interesting. Okay. Well,
Ciao, Doctor.
let's go ahead into our consumables. And I have this little thingy here. Yeah. So basically, this is going to let me take her to max.
Thanks.
Right off the bat.
Doesn't seem much different from your average delivery run in Lungman.
Here we are. Wonderful. Now, as far as squads go, now I just got to figure out how she fits in. Well, I don't need Ling, so...
Order confirmed.
Actually...
Crystal clear.
You know, I need to do this. First of all, let's just do this for just a second.
Scatter the fill of a brimming cup. To share the sip.
Got it.
Pookie, you're gonna be my leader.
Texas are on my team.
Both Texas are on your team right now. Just saying. Anyways, yeah. All right. Now we got to do it again over here, though. First of all, let's do this.
I won't let you down.
No. Hey, whoa.
To scatter the fill of a brimming cup. To share the sip. For a soothed soul.
Got it. Put Texas on my team.
Don't worry, she is. I'm gonna take... Do I want to take Telopsis off since I have Medic and I have Shoe? Let's pull Telopsis for now.
Order confirmed.
Just because
Crystal clear.
I haven't needed a ton of Medic help lately. So, let's go ahead and finally begin. We are on 14-19. Here we go. Beep. You might not remember exactly what today means to you. It would lead you into great danger if you do so. No, you must remember. Condition stable. Sorry for making you suffer again. Priestess. Hold my hand tight, Doctor. Next time, please don't leave me without saying a word. You wouldn't accept something like this happening again either, right? What's wrong, Doctor? Why are you looking at me so strangely? Priestess? Where did you manage to learn such a strange language this time around? Did you sneakily upload your cognition to some civilization out on the tip of the spiral arm in this round of hibernation? Alright, I'd just like to reconfirm whether or not your capability for language has been properly restored. Don't tell me that you've even forgotten my name just because you've had a big nap. Come on, say my name again. The database will analyze all of your voice data. Priestess. You've recovered rather quickly, Doctor. But since your body is only just revived, it still hasn't fully acclimated yet. So don't make any sudden movements. NX-07 will press you back into the bed if you do. Its new orders are rather difficult to rescind, so I'm afraid that my hands are tied. Where am I? You're still on Rhodes Island, of course. Our home. What about the others on Rhodes Island? You really do keep asking this every time. It all happened so fast. The damage to the defense array exceeded 90%, and with all the extreme environmental damage we received, the repair units were finding it difficult to restore everything in the short amount of time we had. Not long after you began your hibernation, many of our colleagues left, one after the other. Everyone wanted to treasure the time they had before the stars fell. I understand how they felt. Now it's just the two of us left. Of course, AMA-10 is still here as well. She's in good spirits and still rather lively. But don't worry, what's left of Rhodes Island can still maintain its basic functions. We still have some time. When you are here with me, Doctor, I'm not afraid of the end. No matter if our bodies collapse, or if our consciousnesses freeze, or if the laws of the universe invert, I can accept it with open arms. I need only have you by my side. You seem rather absent-minded today. Still not fully awake from your dream, Doctor? She takes your hand, pressing it against her cheek. The touch of her skin is warm. Its corporeality snaps you out of your dream. If that's the case, then I would like to know what you dreamed of. Although, I will say I would prefer if I were in it. A dream? Terra. That land. Catastrophe. Oropathy. You wandered that land for several years. Felt how real everything was. All too real. Rosmontus. The jubilant cries of the masses still echo in your ears. The catastrophes have not yet stifled all hope. Beneath the trauma and suffering, you can still feel a warmth, enduring eternal. It is warm, it is touching. You are surrounded by a gentle crowd of people. Rhodes Island. You will never forget Rhodes Island. Rhodes Island healed your scars. Rhodes Island allowed you to have your regrets. You are still standing with it, aren't you? You've been to lands covered in ice and snow with them. Felt the soft sand at the shore with them. Witnessed how they live. Savage. Witnessed how they die. They convince you that in an unjust land that should have been burnt away, ideals are still worth believing in. The arena in Kazimierz. You accompanied these idealists against the surging heat, no matter if it would sear your flesh. Wow. You saw vile empires and the sorrow of those unable to fight their fate. You could never forget. Her. She's never left you. They have never left you. Doctor? Doctor! Amiya. Doctor, your mind's wandered off again. It seems you have a penchant for speaking in that alien language. Those experiences were real. And what's wrong with that? We've always had the power to define dreams and reality in our own hands, Doctor. When our consciousness traverses the universe across countless light years and we participate in sacrificial rituals to a white dwarf in the frozen wastelands, how would we define these experiences? Once you return to this body of yours, how would you be able to determine if the information that must wait millions of years to be captured is dream or reality? Wait, you're not seriously thinking that over, are you? Priestess. What is it, Doctor? Why do I know your name when we've never met? Never met? So you finally noticed. I'm happy to hear you say that. It means that you are very close to finding the real me. But I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Because of that minor mishap, your memories have been damaged beyond repair, and there is nothing that I can do about it. Is this place here also Rhodes Island? Here is the unknowable. We made a wish together when we created this place. When the last warmth of the stars dissipates, and the weave of time falls apart into the echoes, we will let the darkness wrap around the two of us like a blanket. It sounds like you're describing a tomb. We will wait until this world and the starry sky above welcome their final moments. Our universe will become an immense tomb of its own. There is no hope in any corner of any star in the heavens. Each and every speck of cosmic debris that seems to hold possibility of salvation has long since been found and examined by us. Every attempt at resistance only ended in its premature destruction. Every exploration only deepened our despair. The conclusion was rather simple. Any life formed from ordinary matter is unable to escape. Any knowable technology is unable to prevail over our inevitable end. My apologies, Doctor. It's just that it has been a rather long time since I last had the opportunity to tell you everything I wanted to say. Were we intimate? Intimate? I wouldn't use that term to describe our relationship. It belittles all that we experienced together in the past. Belittles? Well, dang, Doctor. Nice, okay, anyways. She doesn't have ears. I'm disappointed in you. Anyways, or a tail. I don't remember any of it. It's fine, I'm not upset. Though your mind may not remember, I'm sure that in the deepest recesses of your consciousness, deeper than any probe or instrument can reach, there are still traces of me. If it were not the case, then why would you allow me to keep holding your hand like this? Did we do this a lot in the past? Holding hands? Yes, we had many different ways to hold hands. Much of the time, we had no need to use any specific part of the body to do it. What? I'm confused. The first time we met, I was flying about an oceanic planet. I used its star as my unchanging anchor, following the line where night met day, flying loop after loop after loop. The star died soon after. The ocean below me dissociated in an instant, revealing the bare, dark red skeleton of the planet. Someone tugged at me from behind, pulling me within a nebula, even more serene than the planet I had just left. That one explained to me that although they knew I was most likely not at any risk, there was not enough time to confirm which starfield my original form was in, forcing them to use their ship to salvage my consciousness beacon. That was the first time I stepped on board that ovoid ship. It was not big, but quite agile, and it had already been to countless numbers of stellar systems. I took the ship to a planet far from the hustle and bustle. I showed the master of the ship my seaside laboratory, and I stepped closer. And just like what we're doing now, we shook hands. My name is Priestess, a linguist. I'm researching the final sound waves emitted by planets as they die. I like quietly spending my time alone, but I also wanted to find someone to explore the universe with. And now, it's your turn. Me? Introduce myself? I am Doctor. How wonderful. We got to know each other once again. Oh, right. You seemed somewhat hesitant back then as well. In that age, people were already showing less and less closeness in their associations with others. Thankfully, we are rather alike. You unselfishly shared your experiences of your travels with me, and even extended me an invitation. We leapt across time and space, exploring every nook and cranny of the cosmos. At times, we traveled via your ship, but most of the time, we projected our consciousnesses to and from distant worlds. You would describe to me the rise and fall of many different civilizations, the rhythm hidden within the birth and death of stars. As our thoughts collided with one another, we would work our way through countless iterations. When we stopped to look back, we realized that we had already surpassed everyone else, far surpassed. She flips her hand and shows me a piece of purest crystal, originium. A crystal formed from our contentions and collisions, condensing the innumerable truths left behind by the pioneers who watched the cosmos. It is truly a beauty. She places the originium into your hand lightly, then holds your hand in hers. Together, you are holding this wondrous creation. Everyone said that I was the one who created originium, and the future both, as though I were akin to a god. But I always knew that the true genius was you, Doctor. You have forgotten, but you shouldn't have. As I walked along the path to creating it, I never ceased to follow in your footsteps. I feared that there would come a time that I would fall behind you in the field of debate, feared that you would realize that I was not your equal. Or no, perhaps you had noticed. Perhaps you had slowed your steps once, waiting for me to catch up to you. But now, I will never know the answer. Does it bother you? It does, but I have accepted this fact. I would say that actually, it makes me rather happy. You still hide many secrets that captivate me. Besides, from your perspective, I, as I am now, am the same as you in this regard. Am I wrong, Doctor? I am still rather puzzled. Well, you can continue to find your answers here then. This is our shared creation, our shared past, and it conceals our shared secrets. You and I need only walk together. Sorry, but I have more pressing concerns now. I had wanted to share a few things I had been keeping in your stead with you. The things that you once described to me, your ideas and visions that you have completely forgotten. I wanted to let you know all that we had accomplished. Perhaps this would have helped you to remember the past, remember me. But I can see what you are thinking, sense what you are feeling. You are still plagued by endless doubts, even now. Amiya, Kal'tsit. I don't want to put you in a dilemma. I respect your decision. Her hand touches the darkness. But there is one thing that I am sure of, Doctor. That when you are truly confused by everything, you will remember. The answers you seek were here all along. I will be here. Go, Doctor. Go solve your conundrums. All that you wish for, I am able to grant. And once all the grand rhythms and minute pulsations have fallen into silence, you will return to my side. The way that is worded. Inside the crystal. Interesting. Here we go.
Reap not.
Oh, okay.
what sown by malice.
I remember this one.
You saw nothing.
Let Texas go to town, even though she's not maxed out, because I need to definitely base
Moving
build
to
with her.
designated location.
Follow
Or
me.
not base build. What am I talking about? I need to get her ready and send her to the workshop. Or not the workshop.
Please, trust in me.
Training room. Yeah, that thing. Can't remember the name.
I speak.
Fear not the firelight.
I hear Veil, the curtain of destiny.
War. A word I've not heard.
Oh no, he's gonna walk right in.
Long time.
Yeah, I gotta redo that. Okay. I gotta protect there. I think I need to focus on building the backside first, and then we can get that up. Just because we got all them walking through, and they're doing a lot of damage to everybody around them because they keep absorbing those little dudes. So when I played on my other account, I did this, but I think we're gonna start here because then we can shoot that way and force them.
Your lives are mine to protect.
Let me create a diversion.
Where do you wish to suspend this bird? You needn't prepare.
Oh, that took her out, but that was awesome. There we go.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain. If you're really incapable, sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
You ran into me.
Soul, the fairy of the other side.
I'm prepared to end
Okay.
the firelight.
All the best.
Nice.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let Doggo Boy there help.
Professor, how's that?
Okay, that one's gone. Now we got that one. We're gonna put Wis'adel out.
Awfully, I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
So you wrapped it? He says there's always a countdown. Gotcha.
Waiting for hearing the reversal of pineapple. Don't be stupid. Put an end to this show.
Oh my. Oh, that's a major downgrade to their power now that they don't really have anything to work with since we killed all those little guys off to stop them from absorbing them. That was very, very helpful. Let's go. Bye-bye. They're toasty.
The Revenant's about.
Finish them off. Finish them off, Wis'adel.
Waiting for your veil. The curtain of destiny.
Boom. Let's go. I have returned. It feels like it has been a very long time since I left, and I've not come back to the ship for a good night's rest in quite a while either. Doctor? Dr. Kal'tsit, Siege. As the war outside ended, finally I can have a rest. I'd like nothing more than a bowl of hot vegetable soup at the cafeteria, then plop myself down in my bed in the dorms. What about Theresa? At this hour, she should be... No, that's not right. Theresa's gone. What is this? The room is empty. Nobody is waiting for my return. I clearly remember that on many nights in the past there would be someone who would tell me a whole library's worth of stories to put me to sleep. But now, they're no longer here. Wait, why is there a piece of clothing on the bed? A white dress with a neat corsage sewn to the collar. The needlework is deft, clearly done by a very experienced hand. White suits you, Amiya. Theresa? Is this Amiya's perspective? Doctor? Can you hear my voice? Doctor! Doctor, you're here as I surmised. Where am I? Based on how you look, you seem in poor health. I'm afraid that there's no way for me to do a physical examination here, Doctor. Please keep your head clear and look at me. Did you manage to remember something? You hear the woman's stern but caring words, and you make an effort to open your eyes wide. Your vision gradually clears as the various parts of your body regain their functionality. You slowly open your mouth. Kal'tsit. Your shattered consciousness reassembles, your fragmented thoughts realign with one another. You are now able to determine that you are standing on solid ground. You look around, certain of the familiarity of your surroundings. You've spent quite a long time here before. The expression on the woman before you turns rather strange, even hostile. I'm Doctor of Rhodes Island. Kal'tsit, why are we on Rhodes Island? You. It seems you still remember who you are. Amiya is not here with us. What I can say for certain is that this is not the original Rhodes Island. Where are Logos and W? You're the only one I've seen since I arrived here. Are you sure you don't know what is going on? I'm as confused as you are. Do you not believe me? A certain degree of precaution is necessary in these circumstances. Be on guard, Doctor. We must leave here no matter what. This is not a place that we are familiar with. I do not know what unexpected complications we may encounter. Still, I will do everything I can to protect you. Don't stray too far from me. No more. I'm so tuckered out that I could sleep for an entire month. Don't be like that, Cruz. This is a live combat exercise. You need to treat the training room like the battlefield. You could be real fierce sometimes, Captain. Focus up. There's still lots of training drills arranged by the instructors to go. Why so serious? They're not even here. Oh, Doctor. Good morning, Cruz. Cruz. Oh, don't worry. The doctor's definitely not going to tattle on us to the instructors. Let me just take a nap here before. I thought I gave you combat training exercises, not combat sleeping ones. We're doomed. Oh! Attention, all members of A1 detachment. Sir! All of you, 100 laps around the training room. Then 50 sets of stamina training exercises on the double. Yes, sir. Ace. Sorry you had to see that, Doctor. It's been too long since Rhodes Island experienced battle. These young fighters of ours can be a little slack. So I guess it's up to me to tighten them up. Letting them grow up peacefully isn't so bad. Of course, they still need to be prepared for any dangers we may come across. It'll be fine. No need to trouble yourself over their training. I'll handle it. You've been working real hard lately, Doctor. Go take a rest. Don't worry, we'll be keeping watch. Did you see all that too, Kal'tsit? I saw the same scene unfurl as you did. They truly do exist here. Dreams would not be so clear, and this is not a scene out of your memory. It would be nice if everything here was real. Keep a clear head, Doctor. We must press onwards. Outcast? Rare to see you here, Doctor. Got time to sit down and have a drink? Everything's on my tab, for one night only. It's lively here. Did you forget, Doctor? Today's Outcast's retirement party. Here's to our venerate elder. Oh, shut it, Sharp. I'm barely older than you are. Thank you for all that you've done for Rhodes Island, Outcast. Here's to you, Outcast. We'll always remember your many deeds and exquisite marksmanship. I can't believe that Outcast is leaving us. There's not going to be anyone left to drink Wish Me on weekend nights. Hey, I'm just retiring. Not even a Lateran funeral would be this sentimental. Plus, even if I drink so much tonight that I don't wake up tomorrow, I'll call my life a life well lived. My memories of working alongside you all are all my greatest treasures, and I'll bring them to the grave with me along with my patron firearm. Just make sure it's Rangers teaching the youngsters how to shoot. You're drunk, Outcast. He uses a gun. How's he supposed to teach kids about shooting a Sancta crossbow? You need to cut back, Blaze. You're talking nonsense again. Both need you to keep one eye open and one eye shut. Not too big a difference. Oh, looks like we're not the only ones at the bar tonight. Indra. I'm serious, Dagda. Show me how powerful the fist of the Knight of a Tower can be. Just remember, you asked for this. Hey, this isn't the boxing gym. We're guests here on Rhodes Island, so don't go about making trouble. I've had my fair share of times like this before. Now that you're formally a member of the Steam Knights, are you going to break things off with the street loafers like us? Oh, stop it. Have you made your decision, Vina? I see no real reason for me to hesitate. My days in Norport might have been some of the happiest in my life, and I don't really see any need to return to the palace. Alexandrina Vina Victoria is a descendant of the royal family, but she is also a normal, honorable Victorian. You are now an honorable Steam Knight, Allerdale. I, the Honorable Siege. I believe that these lives of ours are for the best. Peaceful lives. Such precious things. To life. To Victoria. Whenever you're in the mood, we should go out and have a stroll together. Perhaps throw some stones at the Duke's windows. How wonderful. You still remember each and every one of them. The regret you feel over their tragic fates is clear on your face. Otherwise, you would not be seeing such things. Who else will I see here? Only you can answer that. Let us continue, Doctor. No matter what you see, you must face it, surmount it. I'm back, Doctor. It's been a while. Tallulah? It hasn't been that long. Don't recognize me anymore. I was out setting up an infected treatment center in the north of Ursus. Took quite a lot of effort. Thankfully, the workers in town were all supporting us. Nothing the local lord could do but compromise. We managed to get the land that we needed out of the deal. Reunion doesn't exist? Are you trying to crack a joke, Doctor, or have you just woken up? If Reunion didn't exist, then who would be helping Rhodes Island with treating the infected in Ursus? And Cache? What about him? Why would you suddenly bring up the dead black snake? Did you want me to thank you again? Very well. After all, it was only thanks to Rhodes Island and Ursus that I was able to cast off that mastermind and start a new future for countless people. Doctor. No. Oh, no! Doctor! Frostnova, you shouldn't be here. Why? You told me to give you my report immediately after completing the missions, no? Missions for Rhodes Island. Who else would I do them for? I've always been a Rhodes Island operator. You look strange, Doctor. Am I standing too close and making you feel cold? This isn't right. Ugh. Why? Why do you have to do that? Come on. That is heartbreaking. One by one, the lively crew shed their visages, shifting into indistinct jet black shadows. They do not appear dangerous. They just slowly drift around you. Kal'tsit, what are they? This is no illusion or dream. It is all real in a sense. All the people, all the things you have encountered in the past exist within your imagination. They took their forms based on what you most hoped to see. They sully our memories. These scenes affect me as much as they do you, Doctor. But they are ultimately the product of your thoughts. Originium, guided by your wishes deep in your subconscious, and your desires to make up for past regrets, has reproduced what you wish to see. You continue to hold a deep regard for everything you have experienced alongside Rhodes Island, yet despite that, you were able to break away from this beautiful lie. Only now can I believe that you, as you are now, are still the Doctor of Rhodes Island. Originium. Since when could it do this? All that you wish for, I am able to grant. Priestess. As I thought, you already. I once told you, Doctor, that others cannot tell you how to solve the mysteries surrounding you. You can only rely on yourself. I suspect that we are now extremely close to that critical juncture. If this is all based on my hopes, then are you... I thought that our prior interactions would be sufficient for you to render an accurate judgment. If these scenes are all about making up for regrets, will I be able to meet Theresa? I do not know for certain where Theresa is, nor what she is doing. What I am sure of is that she has something to do with this environment. Doctor. Amiya. Dr. Kal'tsit. Good you're both here. I was looking all over for you, Doctor. You look a little different. Theresa left me this dress. So she really is here. I haven't seen her. I've sensed no presence of her aboard this Rhodes island, in fact. Did you run into any danger? I'm fine. So many memories flowed before me. But not only memories, emotions too. Rich ones in every shape and form. I think that the people that we saw were truly alive. But this form of life just makes me sad. After walking down this corridor and seeing you, I think I understand now. The emotions that I felt all stemmed from the same source, Doctor. Me? Yes. I touched you, Doctor. I've never done that before. The girl holds your hand just as she always has done, but a little tighter and more carefully this time. I know that you've changed a lot compared to the past, Doctor. But considering all that we've experienced together, I am even more convinced that the you who stands before me now has always been the you that I've trusted the most. Memory may tell falsehoods, but emotion always speaks the truth. There are many things that I still don't understand at this moment. I have questions that can't be answered until we see Theresa once more. No matter what happens, no matter how many unhappy endings await us, you'll stand by my side, won't you, Doctor? I will. I'm Doctor of Rhodes Island. Good. That's all I ask for. Let's go find Theresa, then. First, we must figure out how to leave. The answers we seek are not here. Though this is no illusion, heaven and earth, life and death, it is all falsehood. Huh! So even if you leave that dreary gallery of fakes, you just find yourself wandering around an even bigger stage. Who the hell set up these curtains for us? Their taste sucks. Oh, looks like the main cast is finally here. Hey, Crone, let's put that all-knowing brain of yours to good use. I've got a real big question I want answered. Where the hell are we? Oh. Man, getting to see Tallulah in that capacity, Frost Nova, that's so heartbreaking to think what could have been, you know? A small boat drifting atop an endless golden sea. We are within Originium. Within Originium, there exists a universe.
Why must our world be enveloped in strife?
Oh my. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. 14-20. Okay, this is another one with Logos that we can't use him. So, start. We need to remove him and we'll replace with Wis'adel.
I die here. Use the pension to buy some roast potatoes for the gang.
Oh, okay. Sure. Sure. We'll go with that. Universe? What's a universe? No language that you're familiar with has such a word. It is a concept far wider than the land and the sky. It is all of space and time, and everything contained within them. Even the most arrogant of gods are unable to claim mastery over it as a whole, because the word itself signifies infinity, as well as the possibility for constant change. However, Originium is able to incorporate it in its entirety, all in finest detail, forming an assimilated universe within. Okay, stop. In short, we got two things. One, For some unknown reason, we were dragged into the Originium along with the airship. Not that anybody knows how tiny little rocks can have this huge place inside of them. 2, we're not dead, and we don't know how we're still alive inside this universe in the Originium, right? A reasonably accurate summation of the matter. No reaction. Not even a raised eyebrow. W, did you just throw a bomb into the sea? What else would I throw? I had to test the water somehow. That bomb's as good as my hand, right? That old hag said that we got stuck inside the Originium. Maybe I could have oh so conveniently blown a hole. Look out! What the hell just happened? It was like there was something pulling on me. The yellow stuff down there is liquid Originium, right? What else could the bomb have blown up? It would not have ignited. There is no energy present to fuel a reaction. I cannot sense any Originium within this Originium sea. Perhaps I should phrase it differently. As all Originium outside this realm exists in a combination with other matter, so too must it abide by the laws of the external universe. But here, those laws are dictated by the Originium itself. You're not making any more sense than the old hag. We have entered a place that operates on its own grammar. I can sense the language contained within this ocean of Originium. Vast, boundless, without limit. As of yet, I've been unable to thoroughly analyze it. Stop, Logos. Do not attempt to comprehend this language for now. We should not disturb it. Although it is highly likely that we are already within danger's sights, the fact that this ship is permitted to exist is proof enough that we are safe, at least for now. The ship in the Originium Sea. This Rhodes Island exists because of you, Doctor. We should have been assimilated by the Originium and become part of the ocean. Thanks to you, we were not. You have changed. No, redefined a portion of the law. Under circumstances that you yourself could not perceive, you have used this language. The one I spoke earlier. I don't remember it. Who would have thought you had that sort of thing in you? Don't tell me that those weird dioramas on the ship were all your dream or something. Those heartwarming illusions were disgusting. I didn't like them either. W turns her head, pondering as she looked ahead. She's barely even glanced at you since you entered the assimilated universe. The real question is, now that we barged into the Originium, how do we get out? Can this haunted ship take us somewhere? Rhodes Island sails atop the Ariat Sea. It resembles a mirror of purest gold more than anything else. Its surface is unblemished. Nary a ripple in sight. A question suddenly comes to mind. Are you really sailing? The ocean's surface seems static. Everything does, really. It's too quiet. I can't feel anything. Flowing emotions, rich memories. It's all faded away. Dr. Kal'tsit, this is inside Originium, right? I don't understand. It's already devoured so much. Cities destroyed by catastrophe. People died of oropathy. Shouldn't traces of all those lives be here in this sea? Why is there nothing here? Because this is the end. Everything sealed away by the Originium is trapped in this unchanging, undying end. Oh, how wonderful. A good place where even the dead can't die. Not even the Laterans could think up something so heavenly. No wonder there's no sarcasm aboard the ship. How could a sweet, blissful place like this have devils like us? No sarcasm? You might be right. Other than you and Logos, I haven't seen a single sarcasm since we arrived. The sarcasm, they're closely connected with Originium, but where are they? Is there something on the water? Sight! The shadows. Those shadows are sarcasm. There. Marching. The war eternal continues, no matter if it is on the battlefield outside or in here, no matter if they are dead or alive. Countless sarcasm shadows appear above the surface of the sea. Wendigos, Diablos, Nazars, Banshees. Along with many ancient clans lost to the time, they grasp clubs and spears, or crossbows and greatswords. Some even bear witchcraft cannons on their back. The water is calm, but the many shadows form a torrent surging forward. Charge, fight, forever without rest. Or The Sarkaz's war against everything, persisting through millennia, never ends. This is where the myriad souls of the Sarkaz return. I was just thinking that. Is this the myriad souls inside the Originium? That's why, as they said, the Sarkaz are connected to it, and they always talk about hearing the voice and hearing the myriad souls and stuff. That's here. That's inside. That is crazy. I see cities devastated. I see Originium blanketing the land. That is insane. Nero! Rhodes Island is straight ahead. Hang on. Shining, what's wrong? The door has been opened. The distance between life and death is closer than ever now. It is something that all Sarkaz can hear. We need to survive this round of impacts. The airship's been eaten up by the Originium, which means the Royal Court casters are distracted. This is our only chance. There's too much damage to the vertebrae. Hodor? I can hear it. Did the Farenmut speak to you again? What did it say? No, it's something else. I can hear all of history's wars happening at once. Look, Vina, is it just me, or did that big red thing above Londinium get even bigger? Not just bigger, the red's darkened now. It's like the entire sky's turning into Originium. Storm's not calming down either. The size of kings can't cover a range that wide. The Sarkaz will destroy the entire city and far, far more besides. Amiya, you must make it in time. The myriad souls bars our way. Here in this place where everything is stilled by Originium, only they continue to fight. Everyone hears the low roars resounding above the Golden Sea. The Sarkaz's war will never stop. The Sarkaz's anger will never end. How interesting. Looks like a bunch of long-dead Sarkaz heroes are still fighting their asses off. I guess this is what they meant by a living hell. But why are they blocking us off? Hey, that thing in front of us, the tree root. Don't you guys think it looks like a tower? Good eye, W. Let's climb it. You noticed it the moment you stepped atop the deck. It stands tall in the middle of your field of vision, uniting the golden sea with the quiet sky above, yet not fitting in with either. Is it really a tower? It is taller than anything you can imagine. Why is there a tower here in the Originium Sea, where everything ends in stasis? The answer springs forth unbidden. Babel. The airship's goal was here all along. She must be on top of the tower, guiding the myriad souls. Indeed, she is waiting for us. The tower is our only beacon in this featureless ocean. All the answers we seek are where we started. We will climb Babel and face her. And then... Amiya. Yes? I'd say I'm pretty clear-headed right now. Making it all the way here, there's no way I haven't figured out what I want to do. There's still lots of people on the outside fighting their asses off. If we weren't so quick on the draw, I think we'd be seeing a few more familiar faces here among the dead heroes. Hey, old hag, bring your little monster out to help us. It's going to be pretty rough the way we're headed. I cannot do that. Monster is unable to appear here, and I do not wish to arouse any unnecessary attention. Gah, another one of those reasons that you don't want to talk about? Doctor, I'm severely limited by the environment here, but it should have no influence on you. I will need you to move the ship. This is the deck, not the bridge. Yeah, we'll go with that. You need not worry. The heading of this Rhodes Island does not depend on your skill at the helm, nor any machine or energy generator. We are within Originium. You will have noticed by now that you hold a special significance to Originium. The reverse is very much the same. It is equally as irreplaceable to you. I thought I wasn't supposed to know this. My silence has many reasons. Frankly speaking, I still have reservations on whether or not I should be helping you retrieve this knowledge. Because of the things I've done in the past. You said that you hate me. Hate, torment, anger. I cannot deny it. At the time, I did not only lose Theresa, I also lost someone that I once hoped I could trust. You felt disappointed. I was very disappointed. In myself. I was not completely aware of your changes, or rather my preparations were insufficient to reverse the outcome. We were able to glimpse the first rays of light of our goal, but Theresa's sudden departure extinguished the flame. Once more, we are plunged into the deepest night. If we do not make the right choices this time, the darkness will be eternal. Maybe you shouldn't be trusting me again. No, I should trust you. I did worry that if I allowed you to regain your memories regarding Originium, it might bring about unforeseeable changes. But over and over, you showed proof to me, to Amiya, to everyone, that my worries were unfounded. The only thing I can say for certain is that we walked the same path. From Chernobog to Londinium, your experiences and your emotions have shaped who you are today. And now, you protected us, saved us from being devoured by the Originium, and turned into complex flows of information. You made Rhodes Island appear, and have afforded us the opportunity to continue on in this stillness. Doctor, show us the way out and find the right path for yourself. The direction that our future takes, where Rhodes Island heads next, it is all up to you now. All right, Rhodes Island, advance. Was that her way of finally forgiving him? That's amazing. You feel the movement of the ship beneath your feet, passing through the Originium Sea, passing through the army of the myriad souls. The tower gets even closer. Why is the sea so choppy all of a sudden? The myriad souls are affecting the surrounding environment. The assimilated universe is no longer stable. The deceased Sarkaz are blocking our way. The myriad souls are angered. They're all looking this way. Sure, let them gawk. They can watch me step on their heads. I'm gonna run right over them. A great wave resembling a palm swats at the tiny Rhodes Island. W grins and laughs. She takes a running leap into the wave. W disappears in the maelstrom in an instant, but in the next, her laughter rings from within the golden mist. I knew it! That thing isn't part of the Originium Sea. I can blow it open! I never thought I would get to open up Babel! The sounds of destruction ring out, from quiet cracking to roaring collapse. The great pillar to the sky should not have been damaged by such tiny bombs, but some of its roots peel back, hanging downward towards the minuscule people aboard the ship, providing a route from the deck to the base of the tower. Let's go! Quickly, excuse me. You climb the fallen structures with all haste. To your surprise, the white material feels soft and pliant, almost like some sort of cloth. Amiya, I've got you. Amiya touches the roots lightly. In an instant, countless hands stretch towards her, from the sea, from atop the tower, from the void. Close your eyes, Amiya. Close your eyes. The king spurs them, the king drives them, the king enslaves them. The king rules us, the king leads us, the king inspires us. You have arrived. You are among us. The myriad souls. The Originium Sea is close to boiling. The myriad souls thirst for the King of Sarkaz. The myriad souls wish to force the King of Sarkaz to stay. Go on ahead, Amiya. Go and see Her Highness. Obtain the answers you seek and overcome them. Logos. I also miss Her Highness, but we have long since bid farewell to her. When Babel still yet roamed the earth, the first circle of our fellows vowed to dedicate our lives in service of our ideals. Her Highness and I were no exception. As for the voices of the myriad souls, I will respond. And I have been waiting for this moment, ever since I sang my first elegy. Darn it. My drink tried to explode. Oh, wow. The will of the myriad souls is a frothing sea, billowing furiously. Their hands clench swords. Their hands leash Farenmuts. Their hands command 1,000 armies. Their heads bear identical crowns. They are the lords of the Sarkaz. Hands. Okay, yeah. They are the eternal existence of the Sarkaz. There are no roads that we have not walked, no hardships we have not shouldered. You have not the strength to match us. You have not the fearlessness to match us. They examine, they interrogate. Countless fleeting emotions condense into a raging swell, enough to wash away any will of any individual. But through 100 crashing, surging waves, then 1,000, then 1,000,000, the one before them stands firm. The young Sarkaz lifts his bone pen, pointing it towards all the nameless kings of Sarkaz. He needs no words. His curses are his answer. Logos is cool, man. He is so damn cool. It's amazing how brave he is in the face of anything. He's a damn inspiration, and I love it.
No need to make a scene.
Okay.
Let me create a diversion.
Whoops.
I hear the morning star, the illumination
I got it, never mind.
Bad luck. You ran into me.
Oh, my.
Moving to designated location.
Anything outside the plan? I'll judge for myself.
All right.
Your lives are mine to protect.
Okay, if I can get Wis'adel up there. Oh, what is this dude?
Ready to move. A valiant struggle. But you won't get away.
Crash the mission briefing. I know what you want.
Is this a micro boss fight?
I'm prepared to fear not the firelight.
This will keep you quiet.
The Revenant's battling. Who says there's always
Okay, we're sharping him away.
I hear the elegy. Babel, the curtain of destiny.
Need speed.
Okay, let's fool her. I need Shu there because she'll start to heal him, which is good. He needs that desperately. I do not want to lose him.
Keep your distance, or you
Because
risk
if this is
getting
stage I
caught up in the
remember,
fighting.
there's other bosses coming.
If you're really incapable,
Yes.
sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Oh yeah, because here's this dude. Okay.
You want my opinion?
Yeah. Amiya, we're gonna put you over here just for fun, and then her right here, maybe. Okay, buddy. Let's walk forward a little bit so I can attack you. What in the hell? Ew, wait a second. Why do I not remember this? I kind of do, but like...
I hear the elegy. Period. The reversal of finality.
Ready to move.
I'm prepared to fight.
Need speed to succeed.
Still mulling things over, Dr. Perfectionist?
He's like, not...
If you're really incapable, branch and bone bear weeds.
poor little guy.
Alright, so he's done.
Unlucky day.
We got him. Ooh, we're actually almost done. Sweet. That's gross looking now. Let's slowly fade. What? What? Okay, wait a second. Why do I not remember this? I beat all these stages on my other account, but then again I was at work and I was tired. But Patriot, I don't really remember this. I remembered there being the other guy, the vampire dude, but this one, that's strange.
I hear someone crying.
Oh, thank you, Texas. You've done
Waiting for
some
your
major
call.
damage here.
The fairy of the other side.
So you wrapped your brain. Who says there's always a countdown?
Conviction will throw you off pace.
Oh, yeah.
Sleep a valiant struggle, but you
All right,
won't
we gotta
get
wait
away.
for this. Nah, I don't want to use Pookie.
I wasn't supposed to. Flesh and bone bear weeds, mounds and ruins bloom fields. Your lives now ignited.
This will keep you quiet.
Still mulling things, still sorting yourself in the past?
Moving to designated location.
All the best. The Revenant's battle. Always so focused and loud. But have you forgotten to look above?
Oh, my.
Target marked. This will keep
We
you
lost
quiet.
Logos. That's not good.
Still mulling things over, Dr. Perfectionist?
Why am I not able to do anything against him here?
Clear skies for teaming.
Use your weapon to tell who.
Don't make this harder than it needs
Doggo,
to be.
fight. Texas, fight. Let's try and beat this guy. We can do this. Texas,
Awaiting orders. Cut them
drop
to
it.
pieces.
Let's go!
Mission accomplished.
Ha! Wow, almost. Cut it very close there at the end. Almost lost that, but we got him. We got him. Don't you bring Shadows of the Past back to fight with me. Ever since King Elise died, I continued to see him many more times. His emotions and experiences remained within Civilite Eterna, but there were marked differences between them and my memories of him. My impression of him was of a man who was always sitting at the center of the chamber of the royal court, his head hung low, never speaking a word while other members bickered amongst one another. Dukariel and Nez Salem believed him too weak, telling him plain to his face that once more the Black Crown has erred in its choice of successor. He never responded. He merely continued to stare out the window, his gaze enraptured by the thick smoke billowing out of the furnaces outside. Only after his death did I know that Elise was a remarkable caster and artisan. Once dedicating his time to researching arts that would improve the living conditions of the people, planning out all possible ways that Kasdal could step into the Crystal Age. He traveled for many years. Once returned, he persuaded the Revenants to prepare to raise an immense furnace in the heart of the city, larger than any other. But once the crown fell upon his head, the newly coronated King of Sarkaz slowly slipped into silence. The sudden burden of all too many emotions and memories is a pain beyond measure. Many chosen by the crown did not have time to leave behind their names. So swift was their death from madness, but Elise did not fall into insanity. He bore it all. It was thanks to his lucidity that he fell further and further into despair. The Black Crown had revealed a truth to him, and to me in turn. All that we can envision, the entire future of the Sarkaz, is most likely to be yet another loop in the cycle that is the tortured history of our race, and all that we build will end in ruin. War will tear apart his Kasdal. War will kill him. War will kill me. He can't keep going much longer. Come on, take down the bastard and the witchcraft altar will be useless! A crossbow bolt lodges itself into the Sarkaz's chest. He takes no heed of it, continuing his advance. Beep, 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 beep. He lowers his head, seeing that the bolt fletchings protruding from his chest have begun to shine. Boom. He dead now. The cluster bomb within the Sarkaz's flesh explodes, a multitude of concentrated explosions, faster than even powerful witchcraft can heal. Did it work? Haha, he really is dead! Damn, we blew him up sky high! All that's left are just bits of bone. This idea is amazing. We don't need to fear those monsters anymore. Wait. The Sarkaz's remains begin to glow. The soldiers instinctively begin to retreat, but it is too late. A spurt of flame and originium dust envelop this corner of the battlefield. Yeah, okay. Well, that might not have been that good of an idea, bud. My patriarch, your body. It will not hinder me in battle. The Victorians, they are fierce. They have adapted quickly. They are on the cusp of finding means to counter our ways. Our losses grow by the minute. Our warriors will not surrender. Our defensive line still stands strong. Indeed, my liege. It is enough. I believe in Theresa. In Theresa. This has not changed, not even now. I have talked to Theresa about Guldul, the city maker, many times. The children of soil and stone had long since scattered across the land. I was in no way able to replicate his deeds. What with his unique talent for commanding gargoyles that he used to quickly lay down city walls of stone. However, I was able to learn much from his decisiveness and leadership. A clothes maker, a city maker. I jokingly told Theresa that perhaps Guldul and I were more alike than I thought. His face turned rather serious all of a sudden, telling me that he would not allow me to share the same fate as that king, betrayed by those he called his closest companions. I was never able to share all of Guldul's thoughts and feelings with Theresa. Guldul's final emotions had embedded themselves deeply into my mind. The last thing he laid eyes on was not the Diablo who betrayed him, but the city that he and his countless fellows had wrought together. We knew that Guldul would not be the last king of Sarkaz slain by the ones they hold dearest, nor was his city the final Kazdel. As long as there are still those who yearn to return home, Kazdel will be reborn from the ashes. BM and TAA are currently clear. You can proceed down those routes. The Originium crystal cluster shouldn't reach them for the next 15 minutes. I-9's no good. Feist, the beacon has changed color. The Originium mountain next to it is a collapse risk. Closure, we've scouted ahead on I-903. We've got wounded. Looks like there's civilians. Yep, saw it already. I'm sending a buggy to you. Make sure to mean it and get what defensive equipment and medicine you need out of it. It'll know where to go next. Oh, right. There's 2 drones headed your way. When the fog rises, keep an eye on the signal light. Green means no problems ahead. The exemplars will provide support at I-901. I can't help but ask, Closure, but how many things are you controlling at once? I'm still doing all right. I've got 7, 8, a dozen things in total. Looks like I've got my eyes watching a few others besides. The situation's a lot more complex than most other Rhodes Island catastrophe support missions. Fang. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Closure, you should also... Bzzz. Comms interference. Looks like drones 176 and 178 have lost signal. Found some supplies. There's meds and eats. Nothing that can be used as a weapon. You can have the food and medicine, though don't take more than you need. You really gonna try and make demands when you ain't got a weapon? Wait, vampire? Yep. Don't worry, I'm not with the royal court, and I don't know how to use arts to rip all your blood out of your body with the snap of my finger. Ah, if you really are with those bastards, I'll stick my sword through your neck right here and now. You're not here on a mission, are you? Manfred wouldn't have sent a team who didn't recognize our logo. I know that saying this to you isn't going to change a thing, but this position's about to blow real soon. Do you mind not getting in the way of my work? That crazy catastrophe's coming back around? Damn the royal court and whatever insane thing they pulled out of their behinds. I ain't staying in this blasted place. Hey, this is 467. You guys read me. I said... The mercenaries who attacked the camp have been dealt with. Go, Closure. You should move to the next safe location. Sure. My thanks, Master Assassin. Surrendering. If you are, then you can come along with us. Not like I've got any other choice now. Since the war progressed, more mercenaries have been scattered all over the battlefield. They're likely to return to old habits without the military commission's commands keeping them in check. We will most likely be encountering many more attacks like this one. Wasn't it the same deal back in the day? It was. No matter if we must cross catastrophes or a horde of enemies, we will do our best to allow everyone who wishes to go home, go home. Has there been any news from the military commission? I heard they just killed a Victorian duke, and it won't be long before they bag their second and third. Have you had any good meds lately? I want to heal up this busted leg of mine. Even getting rid of just 1 or 2 rocks would be good enough to run a bit faster in battle. You are heading to Londinium too. You are heading to Londinium too? Londinium? How am I supposed to make it there? Even if I wanted to go, the Regent's not going to want me. But this war, it's going to end up at Casdell sooner or later, right? Those Victorians and Lytanians, they're not going to let us off easy, are they? You should probably start planning ahead too, little fella. Keep polishing that weapon of yours and remember how to use it to kill. The military commission. After so many years, is our city really about to... I finally caught up with you. You're... Urban Guard! You're a fellow professional. I mean, being a messenger. So many years gone by in an instant. I've been away for too long from Casdell. Not too familiar with it nowadays. I heard that I would be able to find who I seek at these coordinates. Would you mind telling me how to get to the former location of Babel? Progress on Babel's work. Our progress on Babel's work saw heavy pushback at every turn, as expected. I was never worried about failure, but I did not want to see those who harbored hope fall back into the cycle of despair. I dove deeper and deeper into Civilite Eterna. Kal'tsit reminded me that this could put a strain on my body, but time was short, and I had to make use of every resource that I could. In the end, I managed to find the Far Chaser, the very first king of Sarkaz. I saw a faint vision of a war that engulfed the sky and the earth, a crowd of people being devoured by despair, and then, what was perhaps Originium? I could not say. It looked far different from the black crystals we are familiar with, glinting with the cleanest luster. Our king of Sarkaz, defender of the first Casdell, offered his very blood and soul to it. Soon after, eternal night descended. All sound and light faded from us without a trace. The Far Chaser had renounced his name and left little emotion within Civilite Eterna. I believe he did so intentionally. He embraced the darkness on behalf of all Sarkaz and buried himself within it. What I had stepped into was a cold and desolate tomb. I paced back and forth within, lost in thought amidst the silence, up until the moment that I realized that the darkness was not as desolate as I had assumed. A tower. Only by building a tower tall enough could we reach the darkness above. Everything we build will collapse into ruin and be swallowed by the sands. This is true. But our will and our desire allow us to rise back up from the dust millions upon millions of times. We climb, we never stop ascending, crossing over the limits of our knowledge, until we transcend the darkness. So this is why there's a tower here. Well, somehow or the other, looks like we managed to reach the top. How long did we spend climbing this thing? Feels like I've been climbing for ages. Indeed, but we might need to climb a little longer. Hey, Bunny, what are you blanking for? I was listening. To the dead guys with the limited vocabulary nagging away? Haven't you gotten tired of them by now? Amiya knows whose voice she heard. The King of Sarkaz is among the myriad souls. The myriad souls wishes the King of Sarkaz will listen. Amiya cannot help but follow this voice in delving into the depths of Civilite Eterna, fumbling about amidst countless fragments of space and time. A ring chafes against the palm of her hand. If only she could remove them, she would be privy to secrets ancient and new, and all the details of the past will flow into her brain. Not now, Amiya. Dr. Kal'tsit, you are being influenced by the myriad souls. In their impatience, they are willing you to accept their choice. I wish to understand her emotions. Then you must face her. We must all do so. She's right, Amiya. I know. Other than the myriad souls outside, I can hear the voices of your hearts clearly. The doctors, Dr. Kal'tsit's, W's. Those who dare use arts on me to peep at my thoughts tend not to last too long. But, since we made it this far, I bet we're pretty much thinking the same thing anyway. Urgency, nervousness, and a brimming anticipation. All vivid emotions that contrast with the echoes in the deathly silence. Let's go up together. We're very close now. Let me have a think on how we should tear down this transparent ceiling. Perhaps she has already told me how. An eye within the darkness hangs above their heads, a rhombus. It appears to be the only light in the darkness, as if it is the one that devoured the brilliance of all other things. Amiya raises her head. Every king of Sarkaz amongst the myriad souls raises their head. Amiya stretches her hand out towards the rhombus. Every king of Sarkaz amongst the myriad souls stretches their hand out. These were the only words left to me by the first king of Sarkaz. The stone that enshrouds us like night is our suffering and our hope. We came here because of hope. At this moment, the Farchaser, the City Maker, the wrathful Cerulean Flame, all the King of Sarkaz are with me. Even Ylise takes up his staff once more. They fight alongside me, for the sake of our shared duty, the duty of the kings. The future of the Sarkaz will be revealed here. Heaven and earth, up and down, light and dark, past and future. All of a sudden they are reversed. At the top of the tower, that is also its base. At the end, it is also the beginning. Amiya hears a sigh. We've been waiting for you, King of Sarkaz.
May my hail of bullets bring you eternal peace.
This boss fight. This is gonna be a pain. Alright. I need a stretch. It's break time. Alright. 14-21. Boss fight time. Here we go. Let's get a drink. We weren't imagining it. Heaven and earth reversed in the blink of an eye. Do not be distracted by any changes in the rules of the assimilated universe. Mortals were never made to set foot in this place. There is no point in trying to judge the line between the real and unreal based on our conceptions. Look up at the sky. The golden ocean that Rhodes Island sailed. It's hanging above our heads. Dr. Kal'tsit, I see Rhodes Island in the churning tides. The myriad souls call to me. They're trying to pour down and drown me. Logos is still fighting the myriad souls. I don't care how above and below change. Tell me, where's Her Highness? Doesn't seem like she's here at all. Damn, this place makes me feel comfortable. That disturbing kind. But the voice that called to me, that was Theresa's voice. The myriad souls. She's here. We've already found her. And it's Riddle's hag. Look with your own eyes. Other than those weird pillars, do you see any... She stops mid-sentence. Pillar, tower, myriad souls, Theresa. In that instant, she understands why her soul finds this place so comforting. The myriad souls have taken crimson roots here, extending to the furthest reaches of heaven. Those white pillars, they're Theresa's will. She's trying to stabilize the tower. She's been watching us. Time does not flow in the assimilated universe, but this miracle continues to grow. It's even trying to penetrate the sky that we're standing on. Maybe it already has. If she could break through the limits here, that means... Why are you looking at me like that? I had to make sure this thing we're standing on is solid enough, right? Don't want to get pulled out from... want to get it pulled out from beneath my feet when we finally get to see Her Highness. But this sky is more than what it looks. My bombs didn't even leave a mark. It's impossible to damage this place by any physical means. The limits of this place are set by the rules beyond the comprehension of Terra and incredible amounts of information. It permits neither change nor challenge. Could have fooled me. You're hiding something. Hood was right. This tower is broken through whatever limits you're talking about. I know you have secrets that not even Hood and Bunny know about. You've never been here, but you're strangely familiar with many things here. You hide it well in your face, but you can't fool me. W, don't. We can't afford to waste any more time. If Her Highness has fallen asleep while waiting for us, someone has to put new batteries in the alarm clock. She's not as reckless as she looks, Kal'tsit. Give me a hand, Bunny. There's something I need to make sure. I was wondering, why would there be shadows in this hellhole when there's no sun and no moon? She throws her flashbang upwards. Rather than fall back to the ground, it keeps going up. The ball of light rises from the sky, flying toward the golden ocean, revealing a blurry shadow. There, Amiya! That shadow that won't go away! He's here too. The Revenant? I don't sense any hostility. It's like he doesn't even notice us. Want to do it, Bunny? I've got a score to settle with him. He must know something about this godforsaken place. Wait, W! This is strange. He's not like the other myriad souls we've seen. Lingering here rather than leaving. If he's here, does it mean he's dead too? No, he's fine. In fact, he's never been better. He's fully at peace. I can feel it. A peace filled with sorrow. What did Her Highness do to him? Theresa saved him, retaining the last bit of consciousness that the Revenant had left. Not only that, she's brought clarity to his chaotic mind. She cured his madness. She can do that now. I don't know what Theresa's state is right now. Can you communicate with the Revenant, Amiya? He may hold the key to the truth. I can try. A dark wave ripples from Amiya, touching the black shadow. The shadow meanders and answers the king's whisper. You. So it is you who arrived here after all in the end. The indistinct shadow opens its mouth. His tone is surprisingly calm with no hint of anger. An instant of clarity had arrived after millennia of torment, soothing his fury at long last. It is no coincidence that you are here, Revenant. Theresa saved me, persevering the fragment of soul that should have disappeared. I merely followed her to this place to witness the turning point of Sarkaz's destiny. Where did you say Theresa, Her Highness, is? She has departed to retrieve the seed from the very beginning. The seed? Amnanum? Isn't Amnanum already under Sarkaz's control? What else is Theresa trying to do? Originium created everything in this land. It has been utilized in many ways, but no one has truly mastered it, except Her Highness. She said she would steal the fire from the source of all suffering. Our curse will become the weapon that reshapes our lives, an immaculate garden for the Sarkaz, controlling Originium at the origin. After all we've been through, I think you know what this means, Doctor. Theresa is fighting for authority over Originium itself. The vision of Theresa and Theresis goes beyond the limits of all knowledge on Terra. I can't let Originium become a weapon of mass destruction. There are no more questions. Kal'tsit gazes at you silently. You've been through too much together. So you can't talk normally after all. Not just all this crap about suffering. I was human once. I had raged against many things in my long existence. The invasion of the Ancients, the betrayal of the Sancta, the fall of Kazdal, and my rejection by the myriad souls, until I came here and learned the true nature of the myriad souls. All I feel now is sorrow. And you've stopped making sense again. Did you not see the myriad souls on the Golden Ocean? All Sarkaz struggle against the injustice of fate their entire lives. There is no release, even in death. The myriad souls are only broken fragments of information that linger in this space, imprisoned in another manner by another will. But Her Highness said she would purge purgatory and bring salvation to all Sarkaz. You seem to be able to communicate with this old guy, Kal'tsit. Can't you translate what he's saying? Is Theresa able to modify the information within Originium? This was her promise. Theresa keeps her promises. Ah, finally. Theresa. What did you say? Where is she? Amiya, the shadow under your feet! Shadow? How could I cast a shadow when there is no light? No, this is not my shadow. Amiya looks down and sees the striding white silhouette through the sky that she is standing on. Sky and beyond sky. Theresa and Amiya, reflections of each other. Amiya. Amiya hears a whisper. She looks up, and Theresa is standing by her side. She takes Amiya's hand. The battlefield, it's changing again. Vina, the ground, it's rumbling. Stay at your post, Hannah. Don't get distracted. That thing above the shard just released some strange form of energy. If the size of Kings fails... Remain alert! Allied Command is reporting at least seven coordinates where sudden changes in terrain have occurred. 3 assault ships belonging to the Duke of Abercorn reported destroyed. Communications were lost with 2 force recon units under the Duke of Ashworth. Order all units to stop attacking Hill C9. Scatter to the sides or we'll be swallowed by the waves of Originium. Got it! One's moving. And we've got more really bad news. Looks like someone's sitting on that empty throne in the Nashor camp. The Nashor King is back. The fog, it's getting thicker. The Sarkaz are striking back. Horn, you and Bagpipe coordinate operations with Allied Command. You're more familiar with the Army's commands. The other units will support us. Lose this pass, and we'll lose all the ground that we took. Roger! I'll help. I'm getting used to dealing with this stuff. Then, look, the Glorious! It's crystallizing quickly. The Sarkaz are besieging it. The Duke of Castor is still on the ship. Victoria can't afford to lose another Duke in battle. The sound of electrical static, then the same voice is heard over all communication channels on the Victorian side. Attention all soldiers of the Alliance. This is the Duke of Castor, in command of the Glorious. You see as I do how the Sarkaz tyrant has torn our motherland apart. The malice and barbarism of our foe merely serves to strengthen our resolve to defend our country. As long as our ships and soldiers... As long as we all do our duty. This is the resolve of Parliament and every citizen, Duke or commoner, general or soldier. Our foe climbs the broken bow of the Glorious once more. Originium threatens to devour our fortress. But you have not yielded, brave soldiers. Neither will Castor. I shall step up to the front lines and stand with you. We stand upon Mother Victoria. The Duke of Castor. Is he mad? The Steam Knight went mad a long time ago, Hannah. Did I see that right? Did the Steam Knight just smash into the Glorious? No, he smashed into the almost crystallized stone of the sword and size of Kings. What is he trying to do? He wants to save his Victoria. Even the frightened soldiers in the rear heard the unusual sound from the Glorious. The armor patrols the stone of the sword, trampling every Sarkaz who attempts to approach it. But he could contain the spread of Originium. Victoria! He roars, he smashes the ground, but there is nothing he could do to stop the Originium from swallowing the Realm Blade. And so he charged at his foe, towards the Glorious devoured by Originium. Originium crystals shatter. The shock sends the size of Kings flying, landing at Vina's feet, before countless eyes wide with astonishment. Vina pulls out the sword that had been with her for so long. She points it at the charging foe, and spreading fog, not one step back. She is answered by the call to charge and the sound of blasting steam. There she is. You've grown. Her tone is as gentle and mild as Amiya remembers, but Amiya knows that it is not the same Theresa as the one who had once held her in her arms and told her stories all night. Amiya had so many questions that she had hoped to find the answer for when they met, but she could not say anything, ask anything. Theresa would not permit it. Shh, I can hear questions within you, Amiya, but I can't answer them. All answers, all explanations, are pale and powerless. Our reunion was the product of an accident. Perhaps I was looking forward to this moment too. You, Kal'tsit, W, and Doctor, you stand before me. I'm sincerely joyful for this reunion. You feel it, don't you? Why? She should have been sure. She should not hesitate. The one before her could not possibly be Theresa. Why then does she look exactly the same as Theresa, not just in her appearance, but also in her expression, her eyes, and the emotions? You're not Theresa. Do you truly think that, Amiya? The Theresa I know would never do something like this. Enough, Your Highness! Damn, I came here thinking I had it thought through, but I couldn't find any words other than Your Highness before that face. I remember you, W. You remember me. There's no greater honor I've won in my entire career as a merc. I would have ran up to hug you if circumstances were any different. But you don't know, and you don't need to know, how many times I've said goodbye to you already. This might sound sentimental, but you were special to me like no one ever was. You showed a wandering mercenary sights that she never thought she would see. So the only way I can repay you is by putting you to rest. Is that so? You still call me Your Highness. You still remember that I'm the King of Sarkaz. Then the only thing for me to do is to protect the Sarkaz. What did Theresa just do? Amiya turns around to see that everything has changed. The white pillar has grown at a breathtaking rate. The immeasurable tower of infinity now falls at breakneck pace, only the place that she stands upon. Only around Theresa is there eternal peace and silence. This tower is beautiful, Amiya. It will continue to grow forever, breaking through all limits, and hold up the heavens for the garden that will rewrite Sarkaz's destiny. How I wanted you to see it. But you are not permitted here. Accidents must be eliminated. When you stand before me, you are the enemy of the Sarkaz. No. A black crown appears above Amiya's head. I won't allow that, Theresa. Oh, here we go. This is a hard fight, but you don't have to outlast it. You have to beat her, which is a pain.
Let's go.
Okay.
Anything outside the plan, I'll judge for myself.
Why is Doggo not attacking?
You saw nothing.
I should have put her there to attack there, but that's okay. As long as she takes out that guy, then I'm alright.
Let me create.
You saw nothing.
I shouldn't have put her there, but that's
Moving
alright.
to designated location.
Oh, Texas, you go here. For now.
Ready to move. This hunt has dragged on for too long.
This is hard. This fight's gonna suck.
Your lives are mine to protect.
Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces.
Got it.
Awaiting orders.
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
Where do you wish to go? I am Dublin.
You saw nothing.
It's Texas is helping.
If you're really incapable, sow the mountains when summer leaves the white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
For them, the bell tolled.
Everyone believes in me.
Okay.
Professor, watch out for fires.
Third love. You ran into me.
Alright, beautiful.
Where do you wish to go? I am Dublin. Can you do it?
A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
Follow me.
If you're really incapable, branch and bone bear weeds. Mounds and
See, she's
ruins
starting to do this
and
crap.
weeds.
It's not good.
Let's begin. Awaiting orders. Moving to designated location.
Crash the mission briefing. I know what you want.
Ah, man, they put her out already. Dang it.
Everyone believes in me.
How soon do you want them gone? Still mulling things over, Dr. Perfectionist?
Pass on your last words.
A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
Right, so we got the first half done.
Need speed. to
Pull.
succeed.
Professor? How's that?
Thus I speak.
You're alive. Now, ignite.
Darn it, I just lost her. See, this is hard. You've got it. You can't.
Bad luck. You ran into me.
Oh, we lost them. All right, I'm gonna have to restart. I screwed it up a little bit, but
Hold my
see,
hand
I don't
tight
have it
and
the
your breath
way
weird.
I
What
usually
comes next
would.
Might be a little disorienting, but
Okay,
press on.
so I'm gonna use Vigil in a different way here. That was one of my biggest problems. I'm gonna use Vigil in a different way. I need to put Wis'adel in there too, and let her kind of have her way. In a sense.
What blocks the way, I will burn through.
You saw nothing.
Anything outside the plan, I'll judge for myself.
Moving to designated location.
Follow me!
Okay. So we're gonna put her there.
Are mine to protect.
We're gonna let Reed do her thing.
Ready to move. This hunt has dragged on for too long.
1, 22, 23, 24. All right, let's put Wis'adel here.
Looks awfully
See what she can do.
dangerous. Your lives, now ignited.
Pass on your last words. No.
So you wrapped your brain. Always so focused on the ground. But have you forgotten to look above?
Thus I speak.
Okay, we're doing some crazy damage and stuff here, and I like that. I like what we're doing. We're gonna pull her. We need to get Shu back out. Shu belongs here to help keep them going.
Now we sow the grain.
Then, the curtain of destiny.
There'll be sleep. This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Okay.
Pass on your last words.
So we need to rely on Texas a lot here.
To have clear skies for Tsunin, rain clouds for Karuna.
Need speed to succeed.
I'll be careful.
Now, wait a second. The firelight.
Roger. Please give your orders, Professor.
Just outside the range. Put Pookie in there. Let Pookie go to town. Come on.
Here, then, the curtain of destiny.
Ready to move. A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
Professor?
Bad luck. You ran into me.
Come on.
The Revenant's battling, always so focused on the ground. But have you forgotten to look above?
How soon do you want them gone?
Please give your orders, maybe a lot. Everyone believes in me. If you're really branch and bone bear weeds, mounds and ice and bubbling.
Alright. So let them chip away at her.
Moving to designated location. Crosswise.
Put her in there.
You want my opinion?
Come on.
Still soaking
Come on,
yourself in
Dagon.
the past?
Do what you can. I'm losing my...
The curtain of destiny.
Man. Texas, get in there. Need you. Almost got her. Almost got her. Oh, come on. We just need to hold out a couple more seconds. Come on, Shu. You've got this. A couple more seconds, it ends. Come on, what is going on? Yes! Let's go! We did it! Ooh. Oh, that is such a pain fight. Man, is that once you figure it out. The roaring golden ocean smashes against Rhodes Island. The Sovereign's will sinks into the sea of infinity, then rises up again at the only ship upon the waves. The echoes of the kings never cease while the voices of the myriad remains. No, it is not just the roar of the myriad souls that is causing this. That tower, it's trembling. The tremors at the roots have stirred the tides. You have encountered them. I could not see the end of this tower that stretches beyond the heavens, even if I etched incantations into my eyes. Originium has obstructed my sight. Is this your way of telling me that it is not my battlefield to intervene? The waves answer the Banshee's call. The Sovereign's beckon. I will not yield. I have promised with my song to they who have gone beyond the other side of the tower. Never shall Rhodes Island be our terra firma. Never will it sink beneath the waves. The young Sarkaz raises his bone pen and steps towards the void, writing incantations upon the waves. The waves attempt to break free of their shackles, but the Banshee is silent. He peers up at the sky, listening to the sound of the tower trembling. He knows that king and king are clashing against one another, beyond where his eyes could see. This is your war, Amiya. It's not my place to intervene. I can only pray for your safe return. She'll come back safe, Logos, don't you worry. I can calm the angry roar of the myriad souls, but the only true answer lies in cutting off the source of all our suffering. I have a feeling this is going to get really emotional. What is suffering to us Sarkaz? Is it the brief respite by the only candle in the dark mines after a long day of working in ice and snow? 2 tries, baby. Is it the murder of the children of a Sarkaz and a Liberi who truly love each other, committed by the fanatics of the frontier solely out of fear of their appearances? Or polishing our horns day after day, spending our entire life living in fear wearing a Caprine disguise? The Sarkaz may encounter countless forms of injustice and suffering in their lifetime. Injustice has become the norm, the entirety of their lives, such that when they are asked what suffering is, they could not answer. Atop the tower, the pure white figure gazes down at you, the King of Sarkaz. You have spent so much time with that goddess girl that you have forgotten the implications of this title until now. Theresa was not the King of Sarkaz simply because of the crown. What kind of strength, wisdom, and cunning does it take to convince all Sarkaz to willingly, gladly call her their king? Massive energies rush out from the tower, forming white threads and silk that stretch on and on without end, permitting no resistance. I've never seen arts of this kind. Before she was the king, Theresa was a caster, the likes of which is only seen once in 1,000 years. We're on her home ground. This is not witchcraft, nor any power the King of Sark has that I know of. She is reconstructing and utilizing the information inherent with Originium. Observe and understand what she's doing, Doctor. Help Amiya and W resist her attacks. I'll try. This suffocating presence! The feeling of impending death, she truly wants to... No, there's no way! The real Theresa would never... The real Theresa. She cannot help but mock that ridiculous notion. She casts her eyes at the familiar, yet impassive Theresa. Shit! Only one thing to do! These strange limits she set have made my bombs useless. We're all done for if this thing keeps falling. Do something, Hag! Ordinary measures are of no use here, not even Originium arts. It doesn't mean she can't be defeated, at least. You mean the bunny? She looks towards Amiya, still resisting the overwhelming arts. A black crown floats above her head. The power of the king can break through the limits of Originium. I don't have a clue what you're talking about, but right now I guess I've got to trust in you, bunny. Trust you and the bunny. W realizes that she started believing in Amiya a long time ago, as she did on the burning command tower in Chernobog, when the bunny delivered the box with the key in it to her hands. She believed that the city would stop. W looks at the girl. She almost sees Theresa. Theresa chose Amiya. The one Theresa chose would not disappoint Theresa or W. If you're all bound up in the myriad souls, I'll blow the myriad souls to pieces. She begins to move. She never hesitates or doubts herself. The only thing she feels is excitement. The moment she came up with, the brilliant idea of blowing this blasted myriad souls to pieces, as she does whenever she goes into battle. Hey, I knew you could hear me. W, Don't turn around, focus! Use your magic rings to link me directly to the fucking myriad souls. What? You can do that, right? I knew the Confessari did something to bind the myriad souls to Her Highness. Let me hear what the old garbage told her. Then I'll blow them to pieces. Then I'll find a chance to talk to Her Highness. I'll try. Just be careful. Enough talking. I'm ready. Easy. W hears voices innumerable, but it is not as she had imagined. She thought she would hear angry roars like the Revenants, but the voices are far calmer than she expected. They quietly tell of countless lives and deaths as Sark has. The sigh of relief when drifting farmers finally find a land to settle on, the last pleas of infected thrown alive to the furnaces, the futile howl of dying soldiers forced to watch their city conquered, the helpless cries of hungry children lying weak on their beds. So many different upbringings and circumstances, all bestowed a tragic fate just because they were Sarkaz. Their joy, their anger, the emotions amplified by the span of 9,000 years. If this was what Theresa was always listening to, why? Was it the myriad souls' will? Was the myriad souls' will that the Twin Kings came to be again? Was it their will that sent the Sarkaz into this war? The Sarkaz engraved their sorrows into the myriad souls, and the will of the myriad souls leads those who come after on a similar path. This is a tragic cycle. Hate ignites hate. Sorrow reflects sorrow. Is that all? W feels like she's being swept along by a rapid current. Her life is also amongst the voices of the myriad souls. Reunion. I will detonate things and defend things. I will destroy things and direct things. They're living, breathing people, W. I don't need you to tell me, Inez. Hodor taught me the difference between people and things. Yes. W has seen all that the myriad souls speak of. No one knows the life of the Sarkaz better than she does. She has seen plenty, from the Scar Market of Kazdel to the ships of Babel, from the ruins of Chernobog to the battlefields of Londinium. She has never contemplated the meaning within, for what she must do is far from complicated. Need shelter against wind and rain? Light a fire, build a tent. Enemies in the way? Shell them, bomb them, whatever it takes. It was never the murmur of the myriad souls that kept her going, but the tiny speck of light ahead. W keeps searching, and finally finds the voice that she wanted the most. All of you deserve to live. Yes, you too. I remember you, mercenary. They gave you the codename W, didn't they? Your Highness, we meet again. Whether you're the real one or not, I don't exactly have a choice, do I? Now I remember why you captivated me. The King of Sarkaz, yet so unlike the Sarkaz. You showed me that the Sarkaz need not be miserable. So let's forget the myriad souls for a while. W! No need to shout, Bunny. I know you're there. You were peeking into my memory, weren't you? If Inez was still around, she would have... no time to think about that. Maybe I can't barge into a fight between the kings of Sarkaz, but I can break Her Highness free from the interference of the myriad souls. W can feel her connection with the myriad souls with the help of Amiya's arts. Emotions converge before her, emotions that belong to her. Joy. Regret. Anger. Relief. The black crown magnifies her emotions. She recalls her past, savoring her experiences. Coming face to face with my entire life. Interesting. Is extracting myself from the myriad souls the only way to get it to quiet down? The emotions take shape, and she grabs the colorful object in her hand. It is her emotions, the experiences of her entire life. Intangible threads stretch from the self to the chaos in the distance. The myriad souls. Is this what you deal with all the time, little bunny? What you see is probably much better than this. Her Highness. She looked at me like this once, didn't she? Thanks, Amiya. W points her gun at the myriad souls. Watch, Bunny. Watch how my present's gonna surprise Her Highness. Towers stop trembling. You attacked the myriad souls directly. No one has ever managed to interrupt their voices. I'm surprised at what you have achieved, Amiya. W. But why? Why does Theresa look completely unaffected? Your Highness. W, come back. What are you trying to do? There's something I have to know. Maybe Her Highness will listen to us. She stops. Theresa sees her and she sees Theresa's expression. Maybe. I see what you're thinking, W. You believe the will of the myriad souls has warped my judgment. Pretty much. Not that I sympathize with the Victorians. I just don't think your original goal was to help Theresa's make this originium that turns all of Terra on its head. Maybe you can just pause this thing for a moment. Let us get out of whatever this place is, and then we could talk about how... The W I remember wasn't one to offer truces like this. You're afraid. Shouldn't I be? I pick my fights too, you know. No. You're afraid that the beacon you have followed for so long is no more than an illusion. You're afraid you might be the one to break the facade, but you must face it. What? There is no wind in this place, but the static air begins to flow. Clouds gather and disperse by the tower, soft and light, like white flowers brought to bloom by the wind. Theresa stands in the middle of the sea of flowers, and a symbol begins to appear at her feet. A rhombus. You recognize this, Doctor? Her voice is confident. It is as though, here and now, or perhaps in the distant past, your emotions and memories have been tightly linked. You are familiar with the symbol. Why a rhombus, though? It exists everywhere in this universe, within Originium. Most of the time, it hangs in the heavens, seemingly a harmless source of light. W and the others should not think much of an unusual star in the sky. Would not. But you know that this is not right. If heaven and earth could be reversed, how could this star be a planar figure? I share with you now the universe in my eyes, Doctor. If destruction is the boundary that no life may cross, and all exploration and evolution must eventually reach an end. Then this is our only future. The rhombus, the symbol of Originium. Whatever you just recalled, Doctor, don't go any further. This is dangerous, very dangerous. Don't look at the rhombuses. Don't let them notice you. Don't worry, Kal'tsit. This tower is safe for now. Theresa, you took the most dangerous step after all. I still remember the knowledge you and Doctor shared with me. Kal'tsit, has the garden near Kasdel turned back into wasteland? I went back to check on it once. Many storms have passed through. Active Originium had reshaped the land. All the entrances were covered in Originium clusters. It was impossible to tell if our experiment site had been destroyed or not. It's fine. Just some beautiful but impossible dreams. Let them fade away in storm. Our goal can only be achieved here, the inside of Originium. You described to me how to reverse the assimilated universe, to utilize, even alter the information inherent in Originium. Through the shard and the cradle that hangs high in the heavens, I finally set foot in the land where truth lies. The golden ocean sits tranquil above our heads. All information is with us, free from the restrictions of space and time. I did it, finally. The Sarkaz retrieved the first Originium from deep within the land 10,000 years ago. It has returned to the Sarkaz at long last. In time, Kasdel will truly become garden-free from the torment of catastrophe and oropathy. Will you still oppose me despite all of that? I remember the dream that Theresa described to me. A safe and equal home where Originium is fully under control, and there is no oropathy or catastrophe. No schism between the infected and uninfected. But soldiers are still dying on the battlefield. Innocent people are still being driven from their homes by war. Does this home still have room for people other than Sarkaz in this plan of yours? I'm sorry. Then Originium will not be the hope for the eternal existence that you once dreamed of. It will only become a weapon for the Sarkaz to bring even more destruction. This was not Theresa's dream. You're right, Amiya. Then we must become enemies. That's why you must keep going. Theresa. The erstwhile king of Sarkaz, builder of Kasdel and supreme leader of Babel stands before you. Overcome me. Vanquish me. I shall fulfill the king of Sarkaz's duties to the bitter end. I shall fight for the sake of the Sarkaz as I have for centuries. All who stand before me, all who try to stop me, are the enemy of the Sarkaz. All those dreams and promises that I could not fulfill, you can. No, this is not your will. I heard it. Don't. Black tide clashes with black tide. King clashes with king. Amiya's black arts are reduced to nothing the moment they touch Theresa. Black threads are pulled away from around Amiya, reconverging in Theresa's palm. Countless white threads rush out from Theresa's hand. They tightly surround Amiya, like a soft dress or a blossom whose blooming process had been reversed. Theresa's silhouette fades in the smoke of the explosion. Where she had stood, the outline of a thorn-shaped crown becomes increasingly distinct. Didn't work. Is that the power of the King of Sarkaz too? This is the power of Originium. She did it. Theresa is emulating the Black Crown with Originium. This is far beyond the powers of the King of Sarkaz that I'm able to wield. Dr. Kal'tsit, behind me! I'll protect you! Theresa! Theresa. Oh. Theresa, she promised to take me outside to pick flowers today. Where is she? In a meeting with the doctor? Visiting the wards with Dr. Kal'tsit. Theresa is busy. I shouldn't disturb her. I'll go to the cafeteria and get lunch for her. The sun shines brightly on the spotless deck. The wind is warm, mixed with the smell of wilderness and flowers. Amiya. This is... The Cautis girl turns around and sees her one-time self running happily on the deck. This is the Civilite Eterna system. This is your memory. I can see it. You hear the whispers of my heart, know everything I'm thinking about, and vice versa. You remember it all. You were always the same Theresa all along. It's been a while, Amiya. I'm very happy to see you all grown up. I'm really happy to see you again. Give me a little bit of time. I want to take a good look at you. I've always wanted to know how things have been for you all these years. I can see them. All the fighting and the loss that you've experienced throughout the journey. I see it all. All I want is a little more time. What is it that you're looking at? She casts her gaze towards the distance, but there's nothing on the deck. It was such a happy time. I thought you were an unfortunate child who needed to be cared for closely, but it was you who brought so much comfort to Rhodes Island. It took me a long time to realize that meeting you was the luckiest thing in my life. But why me? Let's go out for a walk, shall we? Where are you going? This is my home, Kasdel. I always wanted to take you here. You told me so many stories of what happened here, but Babel never made it back to Kasdel. There was no need for questions. Amiya feels Theresa's every choice, every struggle. I understand that war now. You had no choice. We had already made a choice when we say there is no choice. I had to choose the path that was better for Sarkaz. This race has been through too much hardship. Every step it takes is heavy and labored. If Sarkaz needed someone to show them a new path, she would take up the banner first. If the price of Sarkaz unity was the death of their king, she would be the one to step up. The protector is inevitably also the persecutor, Amiya. As we gain, so do we take away. The Theresa I knew always chose the path of peace. That's what Babel and Rhodes Island are for, isn't it? Babel exists because of all of you. The watchman who carries the burden of civilization, the sage who holds the key, the genius mercenary who gains free will, and the innocent child compassionate for all life. Watchman is Kal'tsit. The sage is Doctor. The mercenary, that's W, and the innocent child, that's Amiya. In Logos, Mantra, Scout, Ace, countless souls that shine so bright. You have overcome the barriers of race, upbringing, and disease. You share a sincere friendship and an unwavering dream. Through the tribulations of war and the obstacle of reality, you continue to stand together and stand by me. That was how Babel was founded. It was never I who made you members of Babel. It was you who made a clothes maker who picked up a crown, one of countless kings of Sarkaz, Theresa of Babel. You can achieve what I could not. Thank you, Theresa. Will you hear me tell you one more story, Amiya? Not an epic of heroic warriors protecting their home, nor a legend of a king of Sarkaz's reign. Just a story of an ordinary Sarkaz girl who lived a little longer than the ordinary person. Born in Kasdel, she saw the few families and friends she had suffer in constant cold and hunger, trembling in fear in the darkness every night, waiting for the sun to rise again. She wanted the people around her to live in happiness, to have a safe home. She would do anything for this. She remained ever true to this wish. Then why? Why must we fight you? Not every meeting has a beautiful ending, Amiya. Excuse me. I've left once. This time we have the chance to say goodbye. You saw the myriad souls, Amiya. They struggled against fate all their lives. They don't want to be used and imprisoned, even unto death. The same is true for me. You must defeat me, Amiya. Only then can you carry on my unfulfilled dream. Only then can you release me. Fate should not exist, Amiya. You have remained the good girl that I saw the first day we met, no matter how much you went through. Perhaps you would not have to bear so much pain if you weren't so brave, so gentle. Is this that day? You held me in your arms, told me stories until... Theresa, can you stop? I've stopped, Amiya. I'm not reading your memories. So, this is my own power. We're inside your memories. Yes, Amiya. I'm sorry, Theresa. I couldn't help myself. It's not you who should say sorry. Becoming the King of Sarkaz means carrying the emotions of the many, but the emotions that belong to ourselves are there as well. I've lost much in my life, Amiya, but I don't have many regrets. The only regret I have is you. From past to present, I never wanted to leave you. I'm happy about your growth, but I should have been there for you. I should have been there to teach you how to use the powers of the King of Sarkaz. Now, though, is your chance to prove to me, the erstwhile King of Sarkaz. Heat saps at reason, flame scorching the soul. A sword forms within the flame, taking shape in Theresa's hand. Wrath. That's my sword. You will hear the seething anger of the Sarkaz sovereign when you hold this sword in your hand. You have grabbed this sword from the wrath of the past, which once declared war upon injustice. The sword of the King of Sarkaz shall ever point towards the enemy of Sarkaz. The sword of the King of Sarkaz shall ever slay the enemy of Sarkaz. But we have come this far, and yet prejudice lives, and hostility threatens to smother us. The kings of Sarkaz of the past have failed. The Theresa of the past has failed. Amiya sees it all. Theresa wandering in the darkness, seeking an answer. Theresa standing in the halls of the airship, gazing down at the battle below. Theresa waking up alone from death, no friend or comrade around her. Theresa pointing her sword at a child. Such sorrow. Amiya could barely move under the overwhelming sorrow. Now, you hold a sword as well. Amiya feels a weight in her hand. The sword, which had slain an evil god, had returned to her hand. Formless flame warms her palm. You... how? Black tides ripple from Theresa, turning into threads that lead Amiya's hand. The sword points at Theresa. This is my final gift to you, Amiya. Feel my power, my emotions, my will. Make them a part of you. It will be by your side, in my place. The sword in Amiya's hand trembles, but not out of fear or excitement. She can feel Theresa's will fill it. I've always remembered, Theresa. I remember every story you told me, the words you whispered into my ear. I never had the chance to tell you. I'm so glad that I met you. And... the sword pierces Amiya's own chest. Amiya holds Theresa's hand tightly, pushing the sword further in. It is not that there is no pain. It is simply that all the pain has been wrapped in a layer of warmth. Tears begin to fall from Theresa's face, falling into Amiya's eyes. The black sword shatters. A warm and gentle power surrounds Amiya's fingertips. It is sorrow in the purest love. I will inherit the legacy of Civilite Eterna. I will become the King of Sarkaz.
Good. I had no idea you were so clever and learned. I was going to ask you help me make
It is
my
almost
outcome,
over.
but with such a good head on your shoulders, I'm feeling a little bad now.
And one more time. One more time we have to fight her. And we get this beautiful cutscene. crown appears above her head. Smile. Here we go.
Wow, looks awfully dangerous. You call me out for this?
You've proven yourself to me, Amiya. You may carry that brand new power in you, but in no way does it mean you hold the strength to surpass me. I won't look back until I see the view that awaits me at the end of this path. The conviction of mine, I inherited from you. This conviction of mine. Thanks for that, Bunny. Now let's do what we gotta do. Theresa, I won't stop here. It's so symbolic for the two of them who both of them, in some way, shape, or form, viewed her as a mother figure. Amiya, who lost her parents, lost her family due to everything, and was saved by Dr. and W, who had nothing, came from nothing, and clung to her like a mother, the only person to get through to W. My power, my emotions, my determination. I won't give up, Theresa. There it is. What a truly warm flame, Amiya.
Mission accomplished.
Here again, Amiya. Look, miss, I drew you something. Huh. I can hear you drawing something on the quarantine cabinet walls, Amiya. But I can't see anymore. I've been blind since yesterday. Oh, I know. I'll come in. Don't. I might just... It's all right, miss. I'm infected too, remember? Babel's doctors are close, so I'm sure they'll take good care of us. Miss, give me your hand, and I'll draw it out for you. The tiny goddess gently takes the hand of the infected patient lying on the sickbed into her own. Black crystals cover her entire body, an enchanting Arknight sheen circulating inside the crystals. Amiya knows what this means for an infected. She has seen it before. Her finger earnestly traces a shape on the patient's palm. You said the name you got from your parents is a flower you've never seen. I went to ask the doctor and Theresa about it, and they brought me to see the real thing. Can you feel it, miss? I'm drawing it on your palm with my finger. Your name is so pretty. Was my drawing too messy? I can try again. Little bunny, don't you scare me. Huh? Why would I be scared of you? Aren't you scared of me? That should have said, okay. We've just recently arrived at Babel, but I'm fond of you, Amiya. We're friends, right? Can you help a friend out? Help me ring a doctor with the bell. I'd like them to bring me to see. No, to touch those flowers. I want to go with you too. No can do. You're sick as well, so be good and stay here. Then I'll wait for you to come back. The infected patient says nothing and only rubs Amiya's head. Amiya sees the patient trying her best to bear the pain and the shiny originium crystals on her arm. Amiya, you had just followed the doctor to Babel then. I still remember you sat at the door of the quarantine cabin for a long time, persistently refusing to move. The doctor found you in silence and sat down to join you. You only started crying when the doctor hugged you. I too wanted to hold you in my arms, but I couldn't bear to disturb you both. Amiya, you're a bright child. You knew that the infected would never return. She didn't want you to see her leave. It would be too cruel for a child to witness. but she didn't know just how strong you were. I see many things from your gentle eyes. You want to help them. No matter their race or infection status, you see them all as lively, lovely people. It was from that moment, I began to harbor a selfish idea. Perhaps you could bear this crown in the future. Perhaps you can go further than I have. I was in no hurry to hand over a responsibility this heavy to you. I thought I had the luxury of time to be by your side as you grew up. I'm sorry, Amiya. I broke my promise. The arts that trapped us in there is gone. Theresa's aura is fading away. Dr. Kal'tsit, is it over? Is it all over? But what about Amnanim? I'm sorry, Doctor. I didn't find any leads to the primordial originium from Theresa. We were one step too late. Amnanim's no longer here. So you've noticed, Doctor. Can you still see the top of the spire now? Dr. Kal'tsit, aren't we standing on? Those huge white pillars are still extending downwards. I'm afraid the dust isn't going to settle so easily. Where's W? These threads are such an eyesore. There she is. Honey, help me out. Everyone's saying she's gone, but I have to see it for myself. Pink-white threads fork out like branches, attaching and growing on the white pillars. They land on the red roots, wrapping, twisting. Eventually, covering this tower of infinity completely. Amiya, I'm not going to regret like I did back then, again. At the very least, I hope this time. I know. The same goes for us. Amiya walks to the silk-wrapped roots, gently touching the soft matter. Sparks of flame drop from the hem of her skirt, leaving clusters of fire in her path. The flames under her do not extinguish easily, but spread to the threads. They continue to climb, replacing the fractured white threads as they wrap around the only tower standing between land and sky. Oh, wow. Threads flutter and fall to the floor. They quickly cover the roots, like a garden in bloom by wind, with flames burning within. Theresa sits among the flower-like flames, leaning on the roots as she looks at the golden ocean in the sky, coming to a calm. Amiya, you're so much stronger than I imagined. How warm these flames are. Flames that burn away all decay. You've really done it, Amiya. Well, since that's done, come over, closer. Theresa, Shh, I know what you're thinking in that little mind of yours. Look at the ocean above our heads. The waves we made are calming down. Soon, we'll leave. Amiya, some wishes shouldn't be voiced out loud, because they'll only leave more sorrow behind. No, Theresa, I don't want to leave any more regrets. We all wish you can stay. Even if I'll let you all down again. Isn't it more important to have the people I care about know how I feel? That's what the doctor taught me. You've truly grown up, Amiya. I'll always be with you, Amiya, as I promised you. The Originium no longer contains the slightest bit of my own information, but I'm sure you won't abandon the ideals I once hoped for. Is there no other way to let you stay? To save me and end this war? There is no one on this land that will manage to realize every single wish. That includes even the Creator. Amiya, do not lament over the dead. Exercise more concern for the living, especially those who scoff at the notion of hope. But for now, before we leave, let's quietly... Your Highness, sorry, I just couldn't keep it in anymore. Oh, W, is this a hug from you? Your Highness, your eyes. I can't see clearly anymore. The information flow holding this body together is fading away. But I still have my sense of touch, and I can tell you're not crying. That's good. Theresa reaches out and returns the embrace, gently patting W's shoulder. Your Highness, you don't mind? Why would I? I suppose worrying about that isn't anything strange coming from you. You haven't changed one bit, W. I can still remember our time back at Babel, when you were hiding in a corner with your camera in hand, hesitating to come forward. You saw me? Of course. Actually, I was even waiting for you to come over for a photo together. But you never did manage to muster up the courage. Your Highness, you saw and even remembered that? Even taking a cheeky picture of me. Not just that, I didn't think the reckless mercenary from back then would grow into the woman before me today. The truth of how Chernobog and Lungman conflicts were actually settled, the mercenary group giving Manfred headaches for the past few years, and of course, your appearance in this place that shouldn't have happened at all. You can achieve so much more than you imagine, W. You should have realized by now. I'm not so divine as you believe, and you're not so insignificant. I don't care if you're consoling me or deceiving me. I'm taking it to heart. Your Highness, you really are so gentle. When we first arrived in this damn place, when I saw you, I was so afraid. I want to make up for that missed photo opportunity, Your Highness. Camera, wait! When did it break? That damn Kolikoa! I'm afraid it wouldn't work here, even if it wasn't broken. W, I know you don't want to leave any regrets. I am the same. I don't want to leave you thinking I break my promises. Well, I still owe you a name, remember? W belongs to a departed Sarkaz and a cycle that should have ended. As I said, you deserve a more fitting name, a proper name for a Sarkaz woman like yourself. Well, I did want to wait until the dust settled in Kasdel first, but I'm afraid I won't get to see that day come. Wait, Your Highness, hold on, I still don't get... Give me some time. Wait, no, I should be writing this down. Screw it, I don't care anymore, I'm ready. Wis'adel. That be hard to remember? How could it be? Wis'adel and Del, right? Del means home, that I know, but wish, it means to wish. To wish for a home? Yes, Kasdel's destiny. Could you witness it in my stead? But Theresa's... Kasdel's future is in your hands, not mine nor Theresa's. You'll understand when the day comes. Alright, Wis'adel. It's engraved onto my brain forever. I'll never forget it. I like it. Sounds so much better than the names Hodor threw at me from his dictionary. Kal'tsit, Amiya, and you in the hood. Heard that? Call me Wis'adel from now on. And you better not get it wrong. Also, I just decided to head down to the military commission later and bomb my name out with explosives. That way nobody will ever forget it. Or maybe the roof's better. I want the flames to spread so far that you can even see it from Londinium. Wis'adel. I know what you want to say. I'm not crying. I'm shaking because... Why is everyone all quiet now? I can't find the words to say. Go, Amiya, before she vanishes completely. She'll be happy with you by her side, even if she'll never admit it herself. Doctor, we may be standing against Theresa now, but I have to admit she has achieved something beyond the limits of my imagination. I believe you as you are right now should already have some conjectures in mind, even if you're missing your past memories. Priestess. Theresa, our mission is far from being over, yes? Have you already handed the first Originium to him? Theresa, this difficult problem you're leaving us with is truly... Kal'tsit, things don't always go the way we want. All we have done is to do what we should, nothing more. Doctor, your appearance before me right now is proof I've won our earlier bet. You still hide so many secrets. Doctor, allow me to instill a little bit more suspense. You're still not ready, even now. even if all of you have surpassed me. See the ocean waves billowing? We don't have much time left. Always knew our reunion only meant another parting. My dear Kal'tsit, since we're all clear about our respective endings, why should we go through sorrow yet again? Can you come closer? Theresa stretches out her hand and touches the ends of Kal'tsit's hair. Here you are. I hope my staunch and strong Kal'tsit isn't shedding any tears this time either. You're always like this. I'm a very fortunate soul, Kal'tsit. Every time I leave, I do so with my dearest friend by my side. Thank you. Theresa, she's disappearing. She's what? Bunny, what kind of nonsense is that? Isn't Her Highness with us right now? I'm even hugging. Wis'adel, haven't you achieved what you wanted to do? You met, defeated me, and finally killed me. It's time to let go. I will leave without a trace and no longer exist anywhere you can see. Theresa, do you mean that the Originium will no longer bear any traces of you? Yes. I won't allow Originium to become our cage. All that I've strived for is just to free the Sarkaz completely. The Sarkaz should be free in both life and death. Destroy something to create a ladder. Even if what I end up destroying is myself. You're so different from the Theresa I had in mind. Doctor, this is our first meeting, isn't it? What bits have you heard of me? What kind of Theresa do you have in your mind? A founder of Babel? A faultless idealist? Or a cold, calculated king of Sarkaz, a schemer who instigates war? No, neither. Both are roles that others need you to play. Is that so? It's the place she took him in his mind. I didn't think we'd get the chance to say our farewells so peacefully. This is... A friend bid farewell to me here a long time ago. I witnessed my friend's death, and from here I began walking towards my own. I like this place. But it is also somewhere I cannot reach or visit, ever. It only perpetually exists in the memories of the void, unreachable throughout my whole life. Doctor, what kind of person do I seem to you right now? Someone who would do everything and anything for the fate of their people. Is that so? Quite the interesting answer. You and me, past and present. What is gone and what is to come. Time seems to hold no meaning here. Perhaps we have already said something similar at some other point in time. But what you say isn't completely baseless. I was once warned about my future, but I was clear that this was my path to tread. I wouldn't give up, no matter if I lived or died, regardless of place and time. However, the very same words coming from you hold no irony at all. Thank you, Doctor. You're still a conundrum to me. You're cautious, still hostile and wary toward me just like you were back then. Of course, we stand now on opposing sides like we did before. But no matter, you merely haven't had enough time to figure out each and every single enigma there is. A pity we always have our chats when the clock is ticking down so fast. I heard so many stories about you on Rhodes Island. You've done so much. My mission is over. Many years ago, you and Kal'tsit pushed a door open for me to a wider world, but I was already a sovereign to the Sarkaz. I bear their suffering, their fate. My ideals and vision may transcend that sky of nothingness, but the weight of reality still pulled me back down to earth. I was already convinced back then that the person who could change the Sarkaz, or even the future of Terra itself, was absolutely not me. It has never been me. A close friend, whom I trust the most, already predicted this end. And that person is me? Doctor, give me your hand. Oh. Yes, I had the fortune to meet your truest self. That person was wise, gentle. Though bearing with the heaviest of duty and wearing the strongest of shackles, that one never gave up hope ever. I'm gratified. You stand alongside Kal'tsit and Amiya now. And so I believe I made the right choice back then. The choices we made on our own have also determined the path to where we are now. Our original meeting in haste was just like this parting between two strangers, was it not? I can't sense any resentment from you. Resentment? Why? To this day, I still feel only regret and a longing from when I touched the depths of your soul and the unimaginable truth. Yes, it is because I touched the depths of your heart that I hold so much regret. We lost a chance to walk on the same path. Perhaps that person was so fascinating due to an internal conflict no one else can empathize with. Speculations, questions. I can't piece together fully what I was. Haven't you noticed? You don't doubt your decisions now. What shapes your true self? Everything that you've experienced, or your already concealed past. Look at where we are, Doctor. Those silent memories and the truth of everything, are they not by your side? Originium. Past, present, future. Time is no longer defined by the rules we find so familiar at the end of Originium. You no longer remember. But you once told me that Originium brought an innumerable amount of suffering upon this land, along with countless possibilities created by hundreds of millions of sacrifices in the era you came from. When you created Originium, what expectations did you harbor toward it in this land? Look at everything recorded inside this golden ocean. Do they line up with your expectations? You see it. Ursus's Inferno, Kierag's wind and snow, Iberia's tides. A torrent of information rushes past you, in units of civilizations from time and space since time immemorial. You suddenly realize, all the questions I have can be answered and found in this field of Originium. No. You retract your hands. It is all that I've gone through that shapes what I am today, and not my concealed past. You always have a pleasant surprise in store. Doctor, we managed to meet once more while I lie deep in the sea of information after our parting. It is my past, but it is your future. Though you might still be on a path to find yourself, you still want to prove to me that you're just as I always have been. How I wish I could see you find the answers with my own eyes, but I'm sorry I can't go any further. Doctor, I have to go, and so do you all. If you have no intention of being trapped in this infinite nothingness for all eternity, that is. Goodbye, Doctor. My dear friend who I've never met. I'm trying so hard to hold back the tears, because man, this is hard. Theresa! There's no response. The white figure atop the tower has vanished. Nothing remains. Theresa, she's gone. Oh. Doctor, what did you see? Theresa told me. What kind of person I am. I found it, where Amnonum is. Leave this place. The waves of information have subsided. Do you hear the voices of the myriad souls departing, Banshee? The tower is at peace, Your Highness. The waves are flowing backwards into a hell we cannot comprehend. The flames that could burn even these roots have no way to light up the infinite night. Where will all of you go from here? An eternal void, a true death. We will no longer stay on the other side. We will no longer stay on the other side, Aphano. Logos, you should get more used to being called by this name. You've made your choice. The choice of a Rhodes Island elite operator. Logos stands on the endless flow of information, his own figure leaving its mark on the vast ocean. The slender figure on the other side stands in silence. Ripples cause her silhouette to waver, no longer clear. When I heard you sound the knell for yourself by the river, I was already waiting for an old friend to appear on this side. A pity Lacquer Emmeline is still unwilling to involve herself in this war. Mother, she did indeed rescue me from death. With an ingenious method, but one befitting her former character. She has also made her choice, as you have. I saw you confronting the myriad souls, no less impressive than the time your mother and I stood side by side in battle. I'll have no way of seeing her again. Say farewell to her for me, Logos. Your Highness, your figure is fading. Departure is also a form of resistance. This is what we've chosen for ourselves. Originium shall not cage us here for eternity. I don't understand. Where did the cage come from, and what do you seek for? There's no need to comprehend it, Logos. You only need to know the trapped myriad souls are now dissipating into freedom via a complicated flow of information impossible to parse. No longer readable, recordable. A true death. All kings and heroes will no longer respond to my words. No longer will anyone be on the other side. Your Highness, will the myriad souls still exist after today? No. Will there be ferrymen with an array of torches lighting up the other side? No more. Then where will our kin go when they leave us? I don't know. I'm afraid it's too late for me to find that answer. I've walked to the end, and the truth of civilization lies before me in the fog. There is no way for me to touch it. But it does not mean the rest of you cannot cross it. Your Highness? I've just unloaded the burden of worrying for the future. What the myriad souls care about is only the sarcasm. From death comes new life. You understand the inevitability of fate, but you have yet to clearly perceive the truth of death. The myriad souls are no longer our shackles, the Originium, and Originium will no longer be the sin we bear. Logos, our departure also serves as our liberation. No longer will there be prolonged indignant murmuring for a myriad years, nor an unforgettable legacy of suffering to be inherited. For the first time, we have a future that can be changed. For the first time, we have the right to choose. No surrendering here, only death. You don't have to kill me. Just look at the bloody crystals on my body. My comrades, they haven't appeared from the fog. I can't live on. I don't want to die. Mercenary's blade stops right before it makes contact with the dying soldier. He looks toward the sky and feels something leaving. The impatience to kill gradually fades away from inside him. Gah, did I imagine that? Sarkaz will no longer need to live for the shackles of history. We will live simply for survival, resist against suffering the exact same way as everyone else does on this land. Oh, my ball of yarn! Caught you. Careful, Paprika. Phew, thanks. You can put me down now, Inez. We'll find a way to rescue Amiya and the rest, so don't panic. Your life is worth more than these few balls of yarn. But my Nana gave them to me before I left home. Huh? Wait, did you feel that, Inez? Feel what? Pounding in the depths of your soul. I was concentrating on the skeleton. I need to make sure it stays somewhere safe, somewhere no one can locate it or affect it. Paprika, what did it feel like exactly, and will it affect any future plans? I can't say. From when everyone's faces, it seems like it wasn't just me. You're crying. You're right, but why? What about you? Me. The same as every other Sarkaz. Depart, dissipate, die. Please continue accompanying Rhodes Island on their path. There's no need to doubt your decision. Thank you, Logos. She faded away. Your Highness, perhaps you may share my doubts on whether the myriad soul's departure will truly allow us to bid farewell to the past. The other side will be bare. But where will the plague of death from this battlefield send the souls of our kin to? Your Highness, I will witness our end in your stead. The ferry is no more, so I shall guide the souls. If they have nowhere to go, I shall be their boat. My voice will set the torches on the other side aflame, and I hereby vow, only when I no longer hear the roaming of my kin on the other side, when our compatriots can rest in peace on this land, will the knell cease to ring. Ripples form on the golden water as the myriad souls respond. Kings and heroes, regular spirits, or restful wraiths. They leave with haste. Traces of the Sarkaz existing within Originium dissipate. Now, please allow me to send both you and the myriad souls off. An elegy sounds from his lips as he readies to walk over the water. The young banshee sends the myriad souls off. Eve, Patriarch, she is gone. Amnanum has bloomed, destiny already in our hands. She honored her vow, so the war will also abide by her. Go, no longer shroud yourself with the fog. Water death with death, and honor departure with victory. Victoria's condolences, I shall personally receive it in her stead. Blue foul beast pecks at the tears of the white-horned demon. She caresses the foul beast's feathers on its brow. Can Nightingale's inherently empty soul feel the pain of that departure? Liz, do you feel that? The throbbing in our souls. Lamenting whispers echoing in our minds. The corner of Liz's eyes twitch minutely, unable to respond in her deep slumber. Shining, is her condition worsening? No, she'll be fine. Margaret, we have to meet with the doctor and the others with haste. Is it because of that thing transforming in the sky earlier? When it began changing, you started acting strange. Is this another Confessarius conspiracy too? No. At the very least, he will be unable to involve himself in this matter for the time being. Though it definitely has a link to his schemes, every Sarkaz has probably felt it. The departure of something or someone extremely important to us all. I can't fully comprehend what exactly you're talking about, but any new accidents in our current situation might affect how the war will go. You're right. The doctor and the rest should have more pivotal information on their end. There's no more time to waste. Let's go. General! General! This place is... We were cleaning up the battlefield when we so fortunately found you. General, we failed to recapture the lifebone. Am I the only one here? Ascalon. General, your wounds. I'll bring you back to camp for treatment right now. No. We missed our chance, and time is no longer on our side. Our top priority now is to return to Londinium and discuss our next move of our plan with the Regent. Contact the spy sentries ahead to cooperate with us, and prepare to cross the war zone. General, look at the blood dripping non-stop. You're in terrible shape. The military commission can't afford to lose another high-ranking officer. I gave an order. This is for the remaining living Sarkaz. Yes, sir. What happened? Impossible, this feeling. Your Highness, Is this the price you spoke of? For the Sarkaz's future? From today onwards, there will be no traces of your existence anywhere, even within Originium. The gods, or the arrogant being professing to be the creator. Will you see them at the end of your path, Theresa? After I felt you brushing past me, your voice has turned harder to hear. All I hear now from the void surrounding me is muffled, vapid noise. The path ahead is clear, and it's time for everything to end. Theresa. Can you still hear my voice? I can. Yours, the newborns, and the dying ones. Here we can hear the voice of every Sarkaz. The souls are stranded in an ocean of unconsciousness, shouting our names before they drown as they await guidance. In a present no longer recorded anywhere in time, the name we respond to the most is Theresa. I can hear the raging rumbling from skeletons that fell from the sea of stars into the ice field 10,000 years ago. Unknown, dreadful, terrifying. We have ended the oppression that was branded into our blood from the time onward. Now we have yet to do so. No, we have yet to do so. We questioned ourselves. Did our resistance hold any meaning then? The future will prove it to us. Then what about now? Now we shall go far, far away. That is my reply. The myriad souls who never gave up resisting until they completely dissipated did one last thing for the Sarkaz within the Originium. They fought for a future where everyone has a right to survive, for the ones still alive. Onward, everyone. That day, a certain exhausted Sarkaz girl fell into a deep sleep within the warm flames of the Kazdel soul furnace for some reason. She dreamed of her mother far away in a foreign country, standing in light within the pitch-black darkness speaking to her. She couldn't hear her clearly, but she did not cry either, because she saw her mother smile. Then she woke up, opened her eyes, and saw a pure white flower in full bloom by her head. The black dust from the forge, burning death, landed on the fragile flower petals, but it unexpectedly highlighted the flower's dazzling vitality even more instead. Here, death and light congregate. The girl shed tears at the beauty created by setting death aflame. After that day, Sarkaz passing by the soul furnace would see a girl show up every single day to water a flower growing in the Originium dust and bones with drops of dew. She offered a tribute to the light until the day that flower withered and died. Excuse me. Is that how the story ends? Why is it so sad, Theresa? Sad? I actually see it as a happy tale of hope arriving, Amiya. The flower withered, returned to dust, but the seed of new life has already been sown. Did the Revenant get left behind? No. The myriad souls never took in Revenants. Even if he regathered his thoughts, his intrinsically Originium influenced self cannot be reversed or changed, so he was never to depart with the myriad souls. So Her Highness never planned to take him away from here either. I have no way of knowing. Heh, so it's not like Her Highness can't lie. I didn't expect you to end up in my hands, old fossil. There's no reason to harm him anymore, W. I told you to call me Wis'adel. Relax, Bunny. I'm not going to smash him to bits. I'm just taking him away with me. He already died once, so it's not hard to guess why Her Highness let him remain here. Up till her death, she always craved for the Sarkaz to unite, so her plan for the Revenants is super simple. To first live like people, well, even if he no longer looks like anything like one. You don't have to set everything on fire. your mission ended a long time ago, so leave the rest to more capable people, like me, for example. Just stay in this weapon for the time being, yeah? Do you still remember the story about the puppet, Amiya? He went into a river of tears and sank to the riverbed. Grief, despair, but it doesn't mean it's a true ending set in stone. You can always continue a story for as long as you want. But what's more important is the storyteller. The storyteller? Are you talking about yourself, Theresa? Me? No, Amiya. I'd prefer the storyteller be you. Amiya wanted to change the ending. Hold on. Do we have to go back to where we came from to leave? Is that possible? We won't have time. This place is changing faster than I expected. So what are you and the crone planning? How the hell are we leaving this place? I'm still trying to figure that out. Wis'adel, calm down. Doctor, I cannot tell you how to leave this place. The secrets in here are beyond even me. But I believe Theresa definitely mentioned a piece of key information to you. What? Dr. Kal'tsit, these roots are breaking apart and floating upwards? Theresa, what if the puppet was never alone in the first place? Maybe his companions were waiting for him down there all along. Just like us, Dr. Kal'tsit, and you, and everyone in Babel. Little people made of pebbles. White, black, green, red, a whole lot of them. They'll surround the puppet and bring him far away, following the fierce river waters. But where can they go? We are currently falling from this platform. She finally noticed what Theresa has done. This tower is being erased. All the information that was organized and put together here is being broken apart. But I can still feel Theresa's presence here, as if she still exists within the scattered information. Everywhere, although it's vanishing quickly. She's fighting against it, as are the myriad souls. Get your head moving, Hood! Even the platform we're on is breaking apart! Shit! The thing's falling down! Doctor, I've got you! Old hag, your little freak here isn't here to help you, so stay still unless you want to fall and shatter in a million pieces. I have an idea on how to slow down our descent. Old fossil, get out here and help. I know you could do it. I'll wrap everyone up in my arts too. Where's Logos? There he is. The land ship got swept away with the ocean waves when it was coming to a calm. But I remain, and I will be your ferry. I told you, Doctor, we will reunite in peace and tranquility. I got it. I know where the puppet will go, Theresa. The Pebble people will take the puppet along... The Pebble people will take the puppet along the River of Tears. Doctor. Even if they get dizzy from the river's current, as long as they don't give up and stay together hand in hand, they'll never get lost within the tears of sadness. When you are truly confused by everything, you will remember the answers you seek were here all along. I think I figured out how to leave. Theresa, are you the one guiding us? Doctor? You and Amiya subconsciously raise your hands at the same time. Within the silent space, a familiar ship rises from the sea of information. The airship that was supposedly shattered into pieces is reconstructed anew, according to your intentions, hovering below you. The both of you gaze at the giant diamond shape in the distant void. Originium, Truth, Priestess, Theresa. It's time we left this place. The airship accelerates forward, tearing apart the void as it enters the light. Puppet and his friends don't know how much time has passed, but they never give up. Even though they're super tired, they share the same wish. And when the water slowed down, they seized the chance to float all the way up. They succeeded, and finally they saw a sea. A golden sea painted gold by the sun. It turns out they didn't just cross the River of Tears, but also a vast ocean they didn't know about behind them. They set foot on land once again. See you, Doctor. I'll be here waiting for you.
We may have achieved a perfect victory, but we still can't let our guard down.
Class conversion system has been unlocked. See Amiya's operator's details. What does that mean? Oh, so I have Amiya, medic operator Amiya now. This operator has already reached the medic class status, so that's what we're at there. I don't have, this is guard. This is her, okay. Yeah. So that's something that I've gotta get. I've gotta work on the story here to get her guard Amiya.
Ciao,
but
Doctor.
all right. This is so hard. 14-23. Wait, this is Babel. With the help of his friends, the puppet crossed the River of Tears and even the golden ocean behind them they didn't know about. Finally, they set foot on land once again and found that Plains of Hope. Theresa, do you like the ending I came up with? Of course I do. The puppet's friends, that's my favorite part of your story. But how did the story actually end, Theresa? Theresa? I can't recall ever having this conversation with Theresa, but I've dreamed of it happening countless times. It meant the story would finally get an ending it never had, and that the storyteller never left. I want to tell her I already have the power to change how the story ends. The question I wasn't able to answer back then, and the answer I've found. I'm willing and able to bear this crown. Amiya. Metal matter, fall like feather. There's no way we could stabilize this huge-ass thing. We'll end up a smear on the ground at this rate. Time to get to work, Ancestor. I am trying. Regaining control of this ship is no easy feat. Quit pretending! How were you so good at it when you were working for the military commission? Insolence! Treat your elders with more respect, young Sarkaz. We have to brace ourselves for impact from the airship's emergency landing. Monster, protect the Doctor and Amiya. Dr. Kal'tsit, they need me. Amiya, the puppet's friends never gave up on him. No matter how they suffered, whenever the puppet needs them, they'll show up, catch him, and walk him through his troubles together. That's what I wish for, too. I hope I'll always be there whenever you need me. She's looking at me. Theresa. But what we go through, things don't always go our way. Some of the little puppet's friends will get lost while on their journey. But their collective memories will accompany their little puppet friend to the end. Amiya, I will always be with you all, regardless of what form I take. Theresa, are you leaving? What are you saying, Amiya? I left long ago. What? You're not Theresa. Amiya, the memories in your dreams are warm. But you should wake up now. Return to your companions, Amiya. They need you. Your journeys have yet to end. How did I end up here? We just left the assimilated universe. I remember the airship returning to our familiar sky, originium crystals covering the entire ship, receding like the tide. This is the most I can do with my incantations. I'm afraid there's no way to absorb all the impact of the Force. I'm trying my best here! One more time, old coot! Monster! Everyone needs me. What can I even do now? Believe in your strength, Amiya. I will help you. Every inch of the gigantic ship vibrates in a metallic shudder. The airship's speed of descent slows down once more. She uses everything Theresa has taught her with all her strength to prop up the monstrously huge vessel. A warm power like a murmur from her dreams encircles Amiya. She feels as if that person who left has returned, hugging her. Theresa, I'm here. Amiya has never experienced a feeling like this. The Civilite Eterna's power enveloping her, abundant and warm. Is this an illusion, or is she still dreaming? Theresa? Is that really you? Well done, Amiya. You have to believe in your comrades and your own strength, too. We'll descend slowly. Every Sarkaz on the battlefield raises their head as if sensing a familiar aura. The silhouette of a supposedly dead king of Sarkaz appears in the radiance. With a sigh, they no longer see her. Only a gentle goddess with a similar form to the person they were expecting to see. We landed safely, I guess. Was that old thing actually useful, or... Honey, why do you look like... Wis'adel? What about me? Forget it. Did we end up in Londinium? The shard doesn't seem so far away. Yes, the airship is a huge target, so the Sarkaz station within the city will soon come looking for us. We'll have to evacuate as quickly as we can. Humph. I have something better in mind. Theresa. No, you're not. I'm the only one who can see you, right? Yes. Others can see me as well, only if you wish it so. Just who are you? A promise. Theresa promised to stay by your side and watch you grow up. Theresa is gone forever, but she left the program inside the crown. I manifested in this form because of your emotions. Promise, an emotion entrusted into the crown, a will that relies on Civilite Eterna to exist. Do you have any doubts, Amiya? I can answer them. If Theresa truly left you here as her will, the story about the puppet and its ending, what was it that Theresa wanted to tell me? Theresa made up that story herself, and there are no records of it in any existing works, so there is no way I can answer your question. But you have surpassed her as she wished. What she wanted to say has already been passed on to you. It's up to you to decide what will happen next in the story. Thank you, Theresa. You guys see that? The Sarkaz airship fell from the sky. The clouds, they're scattering. The Sarkaz can't control the storm anymore. Amiya and the doctor did it. No matter how short or long this moment of safety lasts, we must seize this opportunity. Capture Silver Rock Bluffs and advance towards the city walls. Rout the Sarkaz.
Today, the second time, we witnessed her departure. A great king of Sarkaz, a true hero. She initiated an unprecedented grand undertaking for the Sarkaz, and we are witnesses and participants. From the royal court camps to the war council, and to the military commission of today. We will never fall as long as war still goes on. We have already wrested enough victories for the Sarkaz over the past millennia.
He looks up at the dreadful scene in the sky with only one reverence.
The Victorian zealousy chase after the phantom of victory while never understanding of why we crave war in the first place. From death comes new life. Ha! This war has sated me.
The 106th Assault Artillery Brigade is successfully regrouped with the 2nd and 8th Battalions of the Duke of Normandy's Grenadier Regiments. 9th Battalion Armored Corps and the Exemplars have seized control of Hill 92. Anti-witchcraft cannons back online. Mid-range communications have been restored. Your Grace, the battlefield is back under our control. What of him? The Gastro is severely damaged and should still be... Hold on, we just managed to locate it. It's right next to us. Your Grace, an urgent telegram from the Duke of Gododin. Have our forces dispatched to Duskglow River. Withdraw at once. Yes, Your Grace. Your Grace, were we late? All frequencies went down simultaneously. He blinded every single eye of ours. That Duke of Wellington. Many years ago, by the Duskglow River, he told me a day would come when nothing would be able to stop the advance of high-speed battleships. He's done it. Your Grace, the Gastro has paused its advance. The Iron Duke's warships are forming up again. 3 light battleships have turned their gun towards... Isn't that the Duke of Wellington's ship? What the bloody hell are they doing? The Sarkaz have only just retreated, but he wants to start another war with the Dukes right away? Has he gone truly mad? The dead, that fire in their eyes. The nearby Adjutant Hill stops in his tracks. The purple fire leaves from his eyes, floating to someplace higher, further away, to shadows and smoke enshrouding an entire fleet of steel.
Your Royal Highness Iblana, are you ready?
Anytime. Flame falls from the sky, rolling across the flagship's bow, burning the original flag instantly. Similar fires blossom in purple, one after the other, on every ship in Wellington's fleet. Huh? What day is it today? What's with the fireworks? Heck, not just that, isn't that the municipal building? What was that they just rolled down from up there? It's a new flag. We worked so hard just for today, you know. So, looks nice, doesn't it? Thank you for the flower, Miss Reed. It's so pretty. Reed! What are you looking at, miss? We're quite a distance from Londinium, yes? Could the ashes from the battlefield float this far? A spark falls on the Draco's fingertip. The fleeting purple fades, leaving only a speck of dull gray ash. It's hot. She feels it. Tara. After a century, we finally raise our flag once more on this land. We have proved our strength to the Sarkaz and the Victorians. Here and now, no one will be able to stop us, to scorn us. Tarans, my people, they shall become a force that can control the war and shape the land. We shall let everyone see the coming of a new age. The Draco raises her hand, smiling at the land. Every Taran flag flutters in unison. A rich purple coalesces under the clouds. Finally, it stands against the crimson storm and the still flickering golden light. See, what's cool is that story was encapsulated by earlier parts in the main theme, but then what the Firelight casts, it was a side story, but it ties into this directly. That's so cool. I love that. He has no intention of letting us breathe. Wellington, do you truly hate Victoria, or... Your Grace, an urgent telegram from the Duke of Gododin. And the Duke of Normandy, as well as the Duke of Fife. Let them sit in their anxiety for a while. Back then, we joined hands to confine this warmonger into a duke's attire. Now we have no choice but to suffer the consequences of our actions. Go fetch the proposal locked away in the first drawer on the right side of my desk. I wrote it myself before I came to Londinium. Will the Iron Duke be willing to restart negotiations? No, that's not it. Victoria will no longer have an Iron Duke in the future. But Castor may perhaps find a new powerful ally. By reforging an alliance with Wellington at this time? This is in our best interests. He knows I will make this choice. He and King Giles' descendant treat war and death like their bargaining chips. We must recognize Tara's independence if we don't wish to go to war on two fronts at this critical juncture. Our soldiers and people will be furious once they find out about Wellington's betrayal. They won't accept our choice so easily either. Indeed. But what if... The people have always longed for a hero that descends from the heavens to guide them. The Duke casts her gaze toward the battlefield below. The soldiers are excitedly chanting a name in the wake of their fresh, decisive victory. Exemplars. She certainly doesn't resemble her father. Other than her golden hair. Speaking of which, it's amusing how legitimate heirs to the Aslan royal line always sport such dazzling hair that you can see it shine from afar. You mean... Heh. Ah, Alexandrina. That girl might just be Victoria's chosen one. The ducal fleets are restructuring their formation. They're slowing their pursuit? So that's why the cannons go all quiet. What are they thinking? The Sark has only just retreated, so now's the best time to give them a thrashing. That's Gododin's frigate. They're approaching the wreck of Castor's flagship. Seems like he's taking the opportunity for a breather. Just that? It's probably because he's scared the ship's going to take so long to repair that the Nashers will rush onto the deck and devour them all. When's the last time we saw Londinium's walls? Are they cracked wide open? Covered with originium crystals? Or soaked in fresh blood? All covered with dead branches? Or even inlaid with the bones of our people? When we got out of Norport, many of us might have thought that was the worst we'd experience. But afterwards, we saw a deck flooded with blood, and went through a perilous time thanks to the originium. We watched as the war turned our city into an unrecognizable ruin. Is there anyone who willing to puff out their chest and say they can imagine how the city looks like inside? The Duke's spies should have more information than we do. From their conduct, Castor and the others are probably preparing to abandon Londinium. A nomadic city wrecked by Sarkaz may be worth less than a fleet formed at a high price. Also, the shard has truly yet to fall. No one knows if Sarkaz have any remaining tricks to try, or if another city will turn into a battlefield. More nobles might decide to move their troops back home. Against it, I knew they'd pull something like that. Win a tough fight, and then not give a crap about what's going to happen to Londinium. Yes, as you say, that's what they definitely do. So it's just another ordinary day for Victoria. As for us, we've decided long ago what we should do, haven't we? Siege walks into the crowd. For a moment, she cannot discern if someone belongs to the Exemplars or was saved by them. Everyone is exhausted, but they still hold their heads up high. Siege knows she doesn't have to say much, because open eyes will not close so easily anymore. Personally, as strange as it is, if Siege is the heir, and all that stuff, everybody's looking to her. She should, and this is just a thought, without knowing all the prior story and the complete background with her, I think she should take up the throne, take up the mantle, and make the Glasgow gang the royal court. Let them handle Victoria. Just saying, but that's neither here nor there. Anyways, everyone watches Siege. Siege looks towards Londinium, their city, their people. She lifts the hammer in her hand. Exemplars! Advance! Enough! Please, just withdraw the order.
The shard has already stopped, so how can we go on fighting? What else can we do now but to be smashed into paste by a high-speed battleship? Shut up! Shut that f***ing mouth of yours! We're at war, and this is the battlefield. Hide in here all you want, and some feline will eventually lop your head off anyway. Pick up your blade. If we must die, we die with dignity. There's no other way we can go. What's going on? Who else could use the Royal Court's frequency? Whose signal is this? Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me?
Wis'adel's the name, the one and only name granted by Her Highness the King of Sarkaz, Theresa herself. Every Sarkaz still under the Military Commission's command. Listen up. I don't care if you came here after hearing whatever nonsense from Theresa or some Royal Court geezer. I'm delighted to announce the war has ended and you guys lost. But Her Highness says she wants to have every Sarkaz return home. So if you want to live, it's time to ignore orders from the Military Commission and do as this transmission says. Oh, I should have mentioned it earlier. This is Babel. Good for you, Wis'adel. Good for you. Stainless. Quick, follow me. This path is safe. We haven't spotted any Sarkaz for the time being. Our transmission. Our own exemplar frequency. Disclosure. I'm listening. Turn the volume up some more. Everyone should be able to hear it now. Wow. Did I hear that right? That siege lady did it. She brought back our people with her and together pave a way. A way home? We've sent a squad closest to their location over. Fang's squad is also on their way. She's the fastest out of them and can help us ensure the road stays clear. Right. Next, I just have to find a relatively safe spot for the rendezvous. No need for that. Disclosure, we're quite close to the city walls. Every maintenance access point is inside my head. Every member of the Self-Salvation Corps who pulled out from Londinium won't forget them. There are some very old passages the Sarkaz definitely have no clue about. We can go home. That frequency you care about is active. Judging from their speed, they're practically rushing toward the city. The passages the Sarkaz don't know about only number a few. They'll definitely pick that path closest to Highbury. K-13? Something happened in there before. Feist won't risk that with his party. It's probably K-15. If they go through somewhere else, spread some news about munitions factory number 11 and figure a way to lure them there. Same rules as usual? Yes, clean that path up as much as you can. And don't get spotted when we make a kill, yeah? You're more wary with these regular workers and the exemplars than you are with the Sarkaz. In case something does go awry, could you just let me know if you see them as friend or foe? That doesn't matter. The person they knew is no longer here. That disgraceful traitor died in the Mausoleum of Kings and is no longer worthy of retrieving the glory they threw away themselves. She hears a faint familiar sound once more, again and again, agitating her eardrums and heart. But there is no white steam in the sky at all. Perhaps it is merely the sound of active originium rapidly evaporating into the air. That armor, did it fly away? We haven't gotten any news. Sarkaz might have taken it apart, or maybe originium buried it on the battlefield. You achieved your goal for now by leading it to the size of Kings to help the exemplars out. But it's really difficult to control. Do we have to figure out a way to retrieve it? Let's not risk ourselves with that yet. Sure, I mean, it might just pop out on its own accord whenever. Who knows what a mad ghost would want to do next? Perhaps. Or maybe when we next meet, he can find a bit of something that belongs to him. No, absolutely not. You know just how rare it is to find protective gear able to cope with high levels of originium and Londinium nowadays. But your price is just too... We have a lot of people in our community who needs these, so you can't just cut it down. You just told me your wife and child have stones growing on them and they can't bear with the pain. I'll be frank, me too. Every night it gets so bloody painful I can't catch a wink. I suspect the same goes for everyone in this city. These wretched crystals are growing wantonly on everybody. Not to mention those devils anxiously running amok now. So listen well, my price is fairer than fair. You're worried for your health, but I have to plan for my future. Columbia's private sanatoriums don't come cheap.
I know a director there who's a cunning scoundrel, and I only hope he doesn't con me out of my coin. I also have to pay my servants, my chef. What's going on? Mr. Hall, they're currently... Have the Sarkaz found us? Hurry and get moving, and push out those paupers still clinging around our doorway to buy some time. Those devils can't tell whose lives are more valuable. No, that's not it. They're not Sarkaz. Blast it, they smashed in our warehouse wall. Now everyone's rushing in to grab the goods inside. We can't stop them. What do I pay you for? Where are your electrical nets and heavy crossbows? I don't care if you attract some Sarkaz as long as you keep the goods safe. But they have fire on their side. Fire? Reunion! Tallulah and 9. Good day, Mr. Hall. I know you people. Reunion, right? The city has been all abuzz about your group these past few days. Listen to me, Reunion. I don't know why there's a misunderstanding between us. I'm infected too. We're basically family, right? We can work together. Just name a price. How much for you to be my bodyguards? Reunion does not accept employment offers. Then, what about a share of my sales or a donation? I can make a donation as an infected. The city's infected needs all of these urgently. Aren't we the people you fight for? Donation? That's not the tune you were whistling earlier. I see. I get it now. I should have thought of it earlier. Of course. Everyone would want all of this for themselves. You're just capitalizing on another crime. You want to settle the score? Sure, I'll begin. Stewart Hall, you applied for a huge subsidy every year for protective equipment because your factory processes originium. But your workers have never seen a single garb of protective gear you've accumulated. The infected living in the outskirts of town, just how many of them were your workers who were kicked out from your factory? Meanwhile, you stuffed yourself with Columbian Pioneer Company meetings. Failing to send all these gear out before war broke out in Londinium must have cost you a pretty penny. But you still thought yourself lucky. Londinium's done for, and the protective suits you almost deemed a loss came in handy once again. Just what do you people want? Are you not a group that liberates the infected? Just look at the stones all over my body! Physical illness is not the source of the infected suffering. It is injustice. Your luck has run out, Mr. Hall, because Reunion is here. You're Tallulah, right? I've heard of you. It's all thanks to you. Just doing what I should do. See, that is the whole thing. That is what Reunion should have been doing all along. This kind of crap. Snuffing out the assholes like this that seek to capitalize on the infection and stuff. And I know to an extent that is some of what they did or what they originally intended to do. And it's why they got people like Frost Nova and Patriot and those to believe in them and to fight for them. But with everything with Cache and all the other stuff going on, there was so much that skewed their vision and turned them on a different path and made things what they shouldn't have been. And this Robin Hood-esque version of them, I like this Reunion. I'd love to see more of them. This is a lot of protective suits we have here. We'll have to distribute them. Even if infection is inevitable for some, this equipment can slow the disease's progression for those already sick. At the very least, they won't suddenly explode into bits from continuous exposure in a high-level originium zone. But most infected choose to hide in their homes, so they wouldn't know who to ask for help even if their condition gets terribly dire, right? So let us go look for them. Tommy, you know how dangerous that is. Of course, that odd thing hanging above the shard seems to be gone, and the sky seems to have lightened up a little. Yes, the Sarkaz are having some trouble. Our blokes are saying a huge amount of Sarkaz are retreating into the city. They're also swarming the spot where that flying fortress fell. According to the current alert level, going out is practically suicide. Then we were doomed long ago, right? I understand. My brother lives in County Castshire. You've met him. If I don't make it back, just give my wrench to him. If possible, tell him I was a... Nah, forget it. Tell him nothing. Also, Catherine, my stance towards you, Feist, the Self-Salvation Corps, and Rhodes Islanders has never changed. There's no meaning in saying that. What's happened won't change. But you can influence and change whatever's yet to happen, kid. Ha! Then, we're all good to go.
quite brave of them. You spent some time staring at some of those punks. They turned their backs on us. Reunion nearly collapsed because of traitors. These few fellas didn't shake things up too much. Is there anyone who has never been confused in their life? We have our own rules. There are other places that could use your help, but you'll go over anyway, right? Save your strength, avoid combat, go get some suits from Percival and keep yourself safe. How did you know? No, forget it. Thanks. That went smoothly. Quite a number recognized you and your fire, Tallulah. I already put the shackles back on. If only they could see my flames as hope. Now we have a literal city of infected. Can you find a shadow of your former ideals in it? Only rubble and ruin everywhere I look. Even when infected live in our vastly different times, we suffer from the same disease, but never the same kind of suffering. This is why Reunion has to be here. If the infected are born from injustice, then we will stand against all injustice. Of course she's gonna show up. Jen. You're finally back. Are you hurt, child? The Sarkaz didn't spot you, did they? I'm fine. Thank you for letting me stay here. I brought some food back with me. How are you feeling today? There's more stones, but it's fine. It doesn't hurt. An old lady like me never had much long to live anyway. But a group came by while you were gone. They were good people. They gave me a checkup, and I asked them to come back in a bit to examine you too. A checkup? Were they doctors? Rhodes Island should be in the city by now, but I haven't managed to reconnect with them if that was them. Doctors? I'm not so sure, but they told me to look for a place with flames if I needed any help. Flames? Oh, you're back. This girl has helped me so much. She's infected too, so take her with you for an examination. Chen meets 9. So it's you. Yes. It's been a long time, Chen. What is this? The artisans who carved giant statues here many years ago never could have imagined the guards of the royal mausoleum collapse into rubble due to the Sarkaz, instead of standing for eternity together with Victoria. The Farenmouth skeleton emerges from deep underground, landing with a few lucky survivors. Inez, where are we? It's too quiet. We're not on a battlefield. Inez? Inez! 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 Hodor's awake! Paprika, where are we? Where's Enos and W? What's become of the battlefield now? Did they recapture the lifebone already? We're currently underground with many stone giants. Inez's... W went with the others. Wait, hold on, that's too many questions at once. You've recovered quicker than I thought. I thought he'd be more ruthless with you. What of him? Who knows? Ascalon might have already killed him. Humph, don't give me that look. It's good for us if he's really dead. But Inez... Paprika, now's not the time. Okay. Currently, we've stopped the lifebone in the Mausoleum of Kings. W followed the doctor and the others to stop the airship, but we don't know how they're doing. The Mausoleum of Kings? Are you sure? I recognize the Steam Knights equipment. There's also plenty of Sarkaz remains here, so if my hunch is right, this is where the Steam Knights were surrounded and killed back then. Any other clues? I did find something. Take a look. This is... clothing. I found it on a relatively intact Sarkaz skeleton. I thought it might jog your memories. There's a word embroidered in the lining. Julie. Oh. Julie? Odor, did you know them? That was Julie. That's, yeah, she was Ascalon's friend. She acted as a spy from within. There aren't many Sarkaz with names, and there's not anybody involved in the slaughter here. It was ordinary. She left her name here, and it should have stayed undiscovered forever. But we chanced upon her.
What she and the others did here will ultimately be remembered by us.
But it sounds like it wasn't something to be happy about.
We already have more than enough of our own buried in this foreign country, after all. How many of them can we remember when everything's over?
So what's next? Your injury? Wis'adel. War ended. Live. This is Babel.
Wis'adel? Who?
That sounded like W.
What's she up to this time? Have we received any more intelligence from outside the battlefield? I fear we might have missed out on something very important. Grr, he really did try to kill me.
Give yourself some time to heal.
I won't die just yet. Our top priority is to contact the doctor in W. If she wasn't lying in that transmission, then she really needs us now. It seems like the battle has gone way past how I expected it to go. Regent, Theresa, what exactly have you two done? We escaped to the underground passage, covered by the chaos of the airship's crash landing.
We went through so much in the assimilated universe, but Originium's special nature means we were only gone for a brief moment. This will likewise be a sudden change for the military commission. It could be a chance for us. Indeed, communications are being restored and the Ducal Alliance will speed up their advance. I don't think the military commission will stand a chance against surrounding offensive from the Alliance. Proactive attack from us might bring greater results if we rely on the contact points within the city she strived to preserve. It was only because she put herself in danger during this time that our backup plan managed to proceed without a hitch. She did well. Heidi, I'd love to hear from Kal'tsit in private about what your group went through, but it really isn't the best time for that. To be honest, it was all I could do to bring you out of the chaos. Many of those in the city saw the airship crash, and everyone has been guessing who's done it. Doctor, you may find it hard to imagine the joy when you suddenly see hope within the long, dark night. It sounds like it'll benefit our operations in the city. I wouldn't call it a benefit. At most, it means more possibilities for us. Heidi, how did contact enclosure go? Communications are still being restored, and the city's taken a big hit. We're pressed for time, too. No, she insisted I call her Wis'adel. She said she received a transmission from her subordinates and took off to verify it. I couldn't stop her. No matter, she knows very well what she should be doing. So check your belongings. She must have left a way for us to contact her. Huh? There really is. When did she leave this beacon on me? That's very much her style of doing things. How are Amiya and Logos doing? The next area hasn't been swept clear yet. Once they confirm it's safe, we'll evacuate to the next safe point at once. Doctor, Amiya, she... Don't worry about her. Alright, I'll try my best to get in touch with more of our friends inside the city. We'll need their help. I also just compiled all the information we know. I also uploaded arrangements for the other Rhodes Island operators onto PRTS. Seizing the opportunity. It's a chance for us to buy time and react to anything in advance. Understood. I'll handle it. I'm the one most familiar with the rebuild intra-city network, after all. You may not have noticed, Doctor, but you've become more proactive ever since we left the assimilated universe. Is that so? Is it due to the first Originium? You've become somewhat impatient ever since you met Theresa and learned some truths I'm unable to speak of. I don't think it's a bad thing. I still have my own reservations, but what's important now is to stay clear-headed and make your own judgments. Why did I betray Theresa back then? Only Theresa knows the truth to that. I will not make any further comments on that incident, but it does not mean that my anger towards that event is no more. However, Doctor, you have proven yourself to me, to us. You have walked on the same path as us to where we are today. That's enough to prove that Theresa made the right decision. So there's no need to be trapped by your past self. Besides, you know absolutely nothing about everything that happened then. That's precisely why. I can't comprehend Theresa's choice at all. but from her few sentences, I have a guess to what my own mission is. I'm a destroyer of this land. Can you really say that now with such a calm tone? You're hesitating. You have doubts. That was never your true self. Do not let unwarranted speculation disturb your present determination. We determine who we are by our actions than our words. No matter how long we spend hesitating before we reach the end, the future will answer me, Doctor. I am now more willing to follow you down your path. We will witness it together. But now our key focus should be on the thing that can turn the tides of war. Amnanim. Theresa would only hand it over to someone she trusts the most, no matter how the Sarkaz are faring. Theresa's trust towards Theresa has never changed. They have never truly diverged from one another. What we currently face is still within the scope of their plan. Theresa, we have unfinished tasks to get to. We don't know what Theresa plans to do with a weapon that can easily change this land. There is reason to believe it will not be a gentle method. We need to stop him. Perhaps this is my mission. Aww, she smiled. Did you just smile? No. She did! She knows she did. Damn. That instant, no. Now, have you decided our next course of action, Doctor? I have a rough idea in mind. There it is. Now the Sarkaz have only one choice left to make, Theresa. Yes, our people have already made their choice. I will fulfill the promise made between us. I will help you. Why do you sigh? I know if I won, you would stand by my side without a shred of hesitation. Isn't that right? Theresa. Theresa can no longer hear her voice. She is gone, but her answer to the future remains. The first Originium fell from the Shard's peak, traversed the barrier, and landed in the palace of West Halig's subterranean throne room. So he has it. The answer already lies in the palm of his hand. You wrested the key to freedom for the Sarkaz from its arrogant creator, as you promised me you would. But I lost you completely. Theresa, you fulfilled your promise, so how could I resign myself to walk in your shadow? I will continue ahead on the path you were halfway through to the end, to retrieve what is ours from those who believe they dictate our fate. I shall judge that arrogant sin, and this land ought to revere us. This war to him has already ended, and as for the future, the rest will bear witness. He ignores the ancient seed of Victorian kings caked in dust and steps into an unknowable darkness. Theresa has already opened for him the door to the truth. He looks forward to what he'll find beyond that door. Who will be there to welcome him? I have a question. Phantom of a bygone age, who boasts yourself a giant, a god, a supreme creator, one who can dictate the fate of the Sarkaz. Are you truly the only one of your kind, Doctor? No, we can collect that. And we have EG-6. Let's check this out. The future of sailing upon a gentler land belongs to you all. This is an eternal journey, one that promises to never end. Myriad souls have long since fallen into silence, their forms nearly worn away by the ravages of time. Only their king still moves forward, for the sake of them all. Theresa has no intention of stopping. She had traveled to the depths of Civilite Eterna several times in the past, but this time her wanderings are slightly different. She no longer stops to draw from the vast sea of knowledge within. She is merely here to see, to use her own eyes for one last time to see the peoples and affairs of the land, and see what happens, or perhaps what has not yet happened. Ah, Fremont. So in the end, she managed to make it this far. Now, what should I praise Her Highness for? Her stubbornness or her incredible talents? Forget it. No matter if I scold her or praise her, the myriad souls wouldn't be able to hear it. Let us put the situation in Victoria aside for a moment. Theresa and Nez Salem will sort out that mess. Next we have the military commission spies all stuffed into Vasselin spires. They're itching to pit the goats and cats against one another as soon as they can, all so they can avert their eyes from Kasdel. Keep your threads tidy, damn you! Remember, we too will be scurrying out of here forthwith. That boastful sheep is unlikely to tolerate us lurking about underneath her nose any longer. I've already grumbled to Lacaramaline about how that pair of siblings is far too radical. They'll have all sorts of trouble breathing down our necks soon, mark my words. You'd best make haste on your work in Kasdel, Ermengarde. If Theresa's plan does not completely succeed, the armies of Victoria, Lytanian and the other nations of the core will immediately march on Kasdel. We must inherit the legacy of Babel and protect that city. We must not let what happened 200 years ago repeat itself once more. Wait, did that thread just move? Was that you, Ermengarde? I see. Hope. I truly dislike having to hear that word, but it does seem like a path forward has opened for us. Isn't that right, Your Highness? Theresa sees the tiniest of smiles break through the elderly lich's solemn visage. However you say that. She loosens the transparent thread running through the depths of the void, giving her old friend a nod as she paused his complaints for a moment before setting off for even more distant lands. Oh! That shadow has changed. This I see. Yet another ill omen of yours. Not completely. For seeking me out to inform me of what you have foreseen, you have my thanks. But my mind is unchanged. The taint that the demons bring with them is spreading. And if all we do is move south over and over again, Sammy is doomed to be drowned in that filth. Even if everything I see pertaining to your future ends in tragedy. I always knew it will. As early as the time I became a snow priest. No, ever since I was born on the ice field. Ever since I became a Sami warrior. I knew what my end would be. I do not fear death. I also do not fear the demons stealing my body, turning me into an enemy that sows corruption with every step. There will be younger warriors following in my footsteps, heading for the furthest reaches of the north. If by some misfortune we were to meet, they will use their bows and staves to cleanse my body of its stains. The will to protect Sammy will not easily die out. It is thanks to this that I do not consider this outcome a tragedy. If that is the case, then good fortune to you, Expeditioner. Please, take this. A Foldarta. A parting gift. I have heard that most of the Cyclops clans have decided to leave Sammy, but you have chosen to stay behind. There was a prophecy about survival of this land. I must make it manifest. Sammy will thank you for your many years of toil, Sarkaz. You have shared your foresight with me, so I in turn will grant you a sound I have heard. A horn resounds across the ice field. It is a signal from the expedition, and also a way to greet others across great distances. Perhaps this Cyclops will not return to Kasdel, for this frozen land is already her home. Theresa's gaze overlaps with Argis's. She looks at the wondrous pattern inscribed upon the wood given to her by the snow priest. Excellent. Flora and fauna flourish and fall. Last ye ever long. Oh, nasty. Rhine Lab. These readings, it's definitely near. Kristen! Watch your step. My calculations can't be wrong. We're standing on the greatest archaeological discovery in Columbia. No, in all nations. So how should we go about digging a hole as fast as possible? I'd like to send myself down there alongside some energy cables. Mariam won't be happy. He would definitely prefer we explore and excavate with more care. But who asked him to go north and never return? The engineering section's in charge of this. My crew already began work here before I notified you. Very good. Would you mind if I'm the first one down? Guard. Oh, you rarely ever use incantations during your work. I have to make sure that the people around me don't go fainting at the sight of some sarcasm parlor tricks. I should probably give you the whole safety procedure spiel control, but I doubt you're in any mind to listen. The military and the Mainlanders will be here soon. Whatever you're hoping to find, you need to make it quick. I will. Before my eyes are blinded by the shroud of death, I must see all that I wish to see.
Interesting.
Theresa sees. Time moves forward once more by a stitch. She can feel this place reject her. She thinks back many years ago to the first time she drew near to the heart of Rhodes Island's landship alongside Kal'tsit. This place is similar. A place she has never set foot upon. A divine residence. That cute little being has just left. But then in comes another intruder. Preserver. Oh, perhaps not. Within those ripples of data tagging along behind you, I sense something familiar to me. Perhaps you are like me, someone left behind in the past, a spirit with no choice but to struggle through an age not of your own. What has kept you going on your long sojourn? Perhaps a feeble, dim hope like mine, or perhaps the cherished memories of kin you cannot see any longer. Kal'tsit and Gladia. Take care on my lance, Dr. Kal'tsit. It may tear your paper skin. No matter. There is nothing below the surface of the sea worthy of your attention at this point in time. What is it that you have fixed your gaze upon? Wow. A few memories, that's all. I once believed the Aegir was far removed from the land, that the problems it faced were of a different kind to ours. Perhaps I might not have been completely correct. I am surprised to see you question yourself. I merely do not wish to arrive late a second time. If the ocean's troubles are not so independent of the land's, then the threats that we face may intersect with one another. This would be a situation worse than our prior worst-case scenarios. Luckily, we have the opportunity to seize the initiative before the crisis detonates. I hope that you can keep up that level of confidence when you accompany me on my return to Aegir. The ones I trust are the hunters, Gladia. A most amusing pretense. The abyssal hunters had emerged from the seafloor on the dry land, and now they prepare to return. I have seen you all change along your journey. Change? Not quite what I expected. You will find yourselves back at your starting point. No matter if it is you, Scotty, or Spectre, or your colleague who chose to walk along his own path of life. Well, be honest. Best make yourselves ready. When the time comes, you will find yourselves with different perspectives on Aegir, on the sea and the land, and on the calamities that we must face together. That is far more valuable than any physical bridge between our peoples. Motes of light float above the water's surface, casting clear shadows beneath them. Just like that bridge, the bridge that Kal'tsit spoke of. Theresa steps atop this bridge, spanning the void. Time speeds up, the waves matching its speed, and she finds it difficult to control how her consciousness advances. Kal'tsit. Theresa tries her best to turn her head back to look upon her friend and her friend's friends, new and old, standing behind her, until they merge together with the motes of light. The motes expand. The former king of Sarkaz finds herself standing in the middle of a church, bathing in the purest light, a holy light. She stands face to face with the Sancta Pope, his bright halo ringing his head. The young messenger met by chance by the riverside, the gentle old man, in front of the church windows. She remembers him, and time has not changed her judgment. It has been quite a while since any new names have emerged. Is that a good thing? We've had many new saints within a few short years. With some of their number, I have found myself hard-pressed to agree on their appointment. We still do not know what roles these saints will play in the future. Since there have been no further saints chosen, Your Holiness, does that mean that the crisis might have already passed?
You are very optimistic. I hope that our Laterano can stay as optimistic as you for a very long time. However, it has never fallen silent in the past.
Your Holiness, for a moment I wasn't able to feel... No, how could this be? The light dies out. First a lantern, then an entire city block. From the Tower of Revelations to the Notarial Hall and Pagus Micalion. Then on to the Sunset Chapel and Pagus St. Marcel. And then the Chapel Square. There was something, I remember reading one of the things about how they all go out in the same thing. It was, who talked about it? Executor the Exfoder. He mentioned something, I believe, during the Zvillingsstorm event, where he talked about how they shut off in a specific order. It all plunges into darkness. It is swift. It is chaotic. It cannot be held back. The ice field, the ocean, the land. All the signs foretell the suffering that the people of tomorrow will face, just like the suffering she has seen many a time within Civilite Eterna. She emerges from the darkness. Soft golden sands shift beneath her feet. Ruins, crystal clusters, sand dunes. Everything before her eyes looks strange and unfamiliar. Raising her head above the sandy squall, she hears, sees, feels the presence of that lonely girl. The one walking right towards her, the figure wrapped in a cloak. The girl raises her hood. Originium blooms under the girl's feet like marks in the snow. Theresa sees her rhomboid pupils. You are... The sands sweep across her view, covering her eyes. This is not the end, but this is the furthest that Theresa can go. The darkness presses in on her, barring her way forward. It covers her eyes, smothers her thoughts. Only her passionate emotions remain, still echoing through the eternal darkness. She once held countless questions as she walked upon her journey, but once she reached her end, all that she desired was a simple answer. In these futures, and perhaps ones even further away, are the people I love still there? Theresa urgently searches, turning towards the only light within the darkness. She has found the answer. They're still there. Every one of them. Fighting for a good future.
I'm here.
Yeah, you certainly are. That's one token. I haven't gotten any of the other things yet, so I'll have to do some work in Hidden Front, and then each one of these 5, if you watch them, you'll gain tokens for her. So I'll have to do a little bit of work on the side, and then we will get those. But for now, we've got one more day for this, so I will do that in a separate video. I will work on those couple of things just to kind of get to where we need to be so that I can, so that I can unlock all those things and we can cover them. But it's time to call it for now. And with that said, guys, we've reached the end of the story. I managed to hold back the tears this time. Not that I really was trying to force myself not to cry. It just was one of those things where I really wanted to push through because that story and the way things were going and the dialogue was just so beautiful and so well done that I didn't want to let it out there. I'll wait till off camera, but this time. But there was a lot to decompress there. We said a final goodbye, and it hurts just as bad, if not worse, the second time around. With Amiya now knowing the truth And with Amiya now having her with her everywhere she goes. But we've got an end to the myriad souls. We've got an end for Theresa, a true end for her. And we've got the end of the war. W now officially has her name. She's Wis'adel now. Kal'tsit, in a way, she still has anger for how things happened back then, but in a way, she's finally forgiven Doctor. Amiya has grown so much, and she's become not only a person that Theresa is proud of, but a person that she herself can be proud of, and a protector for those that she loves and cares about. Logos has dedicated himself to guiding the Sarkaz forward into death, to be the boat, so to speak, to carry the torch in lieu of Theresa. But we have other things going on. We have Siege still kind of playing back and forth with taking up this mantle of protecting Victoria, saying that she doesn't want the throne, but still leading and still doing things. So there's a lot going on there. We have Reunion seemingly involved and fighting for a bit different of a cause this time. Fighting for what they should have and what they originally believed in. And this, again, as I described it earlier, a more Robin Hood-esque vibe to them. Instead of just killing everybody, infected or whatever, just anybody that stood in their way and anybody that they believed would cause problems for a future world that they wanted to shape. Now, they're just fighting the injustice, righting the wrongs, and doing what they can to help. And that was beautiful to see. Poetic, in a way. And then we've got so many loose threads and so many things here, incredible things happening, that it's tough to say for sure just where everything's going to go now. But there's so many things that closed, yet so many that opened with this. We closed Theresa's chapter. We closed the main portion of the war. But now you open things up to Doctor and Amiya and Kal'tsit and everybody trying to completely put a stop to this and start the rebuild process, retake Victoria and Londinium, get it all fixed up, and finish this senseless war, but also moving forward and trying to continue their journey and trying to discover what they need to do and find this cure and stop Originium, but also learn more. And Doctor, in a way, he knows of his past now, he knows of things, but he seems to be, in a way, thinking about, he wonders why he did some of the things he did, but it looks like he's trying to redefine himself and to move forward and to become someone new and really follow the path that he set out for since he lost his memory, the path that he began on and is now the person he became. He's now that person, and he wants to follow that person's footsteps, continue in that person's footsteps, I should say, rather than go back to the past. He wants to continue searching for his own identity, make his own identity, and pave his own path, walking hand in hand with the others with Rhodes Island. But they do realize that it's still not the end, that Theresa is still out there, and he has Amnanum. He has the first Originium, and he can use it as a deadly weapon if he wants to. However, we got a glimpse of him with it. And while he realizes that he doesn't have Theresa anymore, he seems to have a different goal now. His whole idea seems to have changed. And I don't know if that entails him abandoning the Sarkaz and his original or ideal, or what that means, because it kind of sounds like He wants to target the precursors, the progenitors, the originals, whatever you want to call them. There's various terms they've used, but basically Doctor and Doctor's race, or the gods, or whatever you want to call them. He wants to target them and go after them. Because his last sentence there, his last question, was almost worded towards Doctor, because he says his name. There's a lot. There's a lot to take in and a lot to decompress from, to unpack. But there are a lot of directions that our heroes can go now, and a lot of new threads that have opened up. And in a way, we've seen a couple small parts of the world in the main theme. There's a lot of the world left to explore, a lot of Terra left that could encompass the main theme, that the main theme could encompass and go to. There are other places that have been visited in side stories and things, and even parts of side stories that have come to be part of this main theme. Like I said, and I pointed out, what the Firelight casts, there were some events and things from before that led into that now led into Iblana and the Duke of Wellington and the Taran people claiming independence. And if you didn't play that side story or know that story, you'd be a little bit lost with some of the things with that and what was going on. So that was definitely an interesting part to go through. But with that being said, again, there's a lot of loose threads and a lot of things going in different directions, new places that we could be going, new stories that are going to be told. And I just want to take a moment and I want to say thank you to Yostar and Hypergryph and the Arknights team for this. For what a beautiful and incredible story that you guys just told. And now it kind of has me inspired and motivated not only to pick up where I've left off in the main theme and play to get up to this point so that I've played it all the way through comfortably and I know and understand everything that has been done up till now as far as the story, and then start to go back through and play the side stories and things in the terminal and just really get everything that I haven't played done and accomplished so that I can piece all the story bits together as best as I can and understand them more. And then that way too, that once I have it in its full completion, my memory bank will be a little bit more well-rounded for some of these things that I'm not quite understanding yet. But it also has inspired me for my own goals and my own personal things with how beautiful and how incredible they write this story. I've said it before, and you guys know in other videos and things that I aspire to make my own games. And this inspired me to hope that someday I can write a story just as beautiful as this. Now, guys, that is it, and that wraps up our playthrough for Chapter 14. Absolved will be the Seekers. Now, if I can, like I said, I'll make another video. We'll see, time permitting, because obviously there's only one day after this event. So when you're seeing this, I believe some of those side things will be available later on. Not the whole like event thing will be, but certain things like the secret place and hidden front and secret place, or whatever they're called, will be part of this, and you'll be able to access them again later. So once I would get back up to that point, if I don't get them completed now, we will make content out of that eventually in the future. And I can look that up just to be certain about that. However, it's just one of those things that someday I'll definitely get to go back through and replay this, simply because there is a lot. And definitely a lot to go through. All right, so I did find it here. It does say in the notes, not only on their social media posts, but on the Arknights website, that after November 14th, 2024, emergency inhibitors will no longer drop from episode 14, but Hidden Front and Secret Place will become permanent modes within episode 14, which players can continue to play after progressing to episode 14. So if we don't get the chance to finish this up now, we will make content out of that later once I get back up to this point. Obviously, that'll give me the chance to complete Civilite Eterna's token, and we will gather all her tokens from the bonus stages and stuff. And there's a couple of fancy things that we have to do to kind of unlock them, like beating all of the adverse stages, which I'm not going to make content out of that now. So that might just be something that we'll wait for later on down the line and do. But for now, it definitely is a lot of fun. And honestly, I have enjoyed every step of the way so far for this stuff, for playing all of this on my other account. So with that being said, guys, that is it. And this wraps up our playthrough of episode 14, chapter 14, whatever you want to call it. Thank you again to Yostar and Hypergryph for making a phenomenal story, a beautiful, beautifully written tale. I appreciate everything that you've done for this story, and I can't wait to see what comes in the future for Arknights. And with that, guys, thank you all so much for watching and taking the time to hang out here on the channel and watch this with me and enjoy my Arknights content. Thank you so much for clicking on my videos. Please make sure to like the video if you can to help me get out there a little bit more, and subscribe to the channel if you're new and you haven't watched me before, or whatever the case may be. Please help me by subscribing so that I can continue to grow. With that being said, that is it for this one, and that is it for episode 14. A final goodbye to Theresa for good this time. Thank you, Theresa. See you guys next time.